we ready? Okay. Are we having presenters hang out over here or?
You think this middle part, the L will pick it up better, because the L will be right in their face otherwise.
Okay.
So it should pick up right here better.
Okay.
I think.
And I don't know, I'm personally comfortable with people just speaking from where they are too.
That's fine too, it's just, Maggie, just let us know if it looks weird on the L.
I mean, it's gonna look weird, it's a 360 degree, but I mean, it's just people like they're at the top and then you can see kind of everybody else at the bottom, so. If you're joining online, we're in a different place, that's why it looks like
Right,
this.
so where's the camera?
Right there.
Oh, it looks like an L.
Okay, and so, the microphones are live, cameras on?
Yep, I'm checking sound, but it seems so far so good.
Great.
Although they were 824.
Yes. So welcome, everybody. This is the November 3rd special session. This is the first of many budget workshop sessions. Before I hand it to staff, colleagues, I wanted to I looked through the 10 pages of budget that are attached. And I thought to myself, to get out by 1 o'clock, we should try to get through a page every 20 minutes or so. So I just, there was some math I did in my head. And then why don't we do the big picture summary and then we can talk, I have a couple questions for us that might help us think about how to approach today. But let's start with, I assume that big picture summary, is that Rachel, or is that Colton?
It's Rachel.
Sure, I'm just trying to get. It was. This. You don't know how to.
Now it's picking it up, see?
Okay, here we go. Check, check, check. That's video.
See,
Oh, it's, so you can hear me now, but I'm wondering if that's through, sorry if you're listening, we're testing out the mics.
so meeting L, meeting L.
Okay,
Okay, yeah, I think that's right.
all right, we might be okay.
Hey, George, can you speak? Well,
She's like,
it's not
Testing.
Georgia.
1, 2, 3.
That got hurt that time. Okay, sorry if you're watching online, we have technical difficulties.
George, you might wanna just, guys, just speak up a little bit. Please. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, I'm paying attention now, or I was paying attention earlier, but now I'm really watching it. Now I can see it moving.
Okay. Aaron, back to you.
To me, so. Just looking at the 2026 workshop line, so that column in there, in regards to the majority of our operating lines. There's not a whole lot of change. There are a couple of lines that went up a little bit, a couple of lines that went down. But there's not a ton, and I'll just point out like medical supplies. Went up $15,000 from 2025 to 2026. There's not really much that we can do about that. We shop those items and, those items are just getting more expensive and we're running more calls. But on the opposite side, if we look at our repair and maintenance vehicles line item, we dropped that $10,000. We found a much better vehicle maintenance program that's saving us quite a bit of money. So there's not a whole lot of change in the majority of these lines. Our 2025 ask was about 3.44 million. Our 2026 is 3.78, and there are really two places that additional funding request comes from. The first is salaries and wages, because we're requesting 3 additional FTEs, which we've discussed previously. And then the other one is normally in our capital line, we remount an ambulance almost every year. We did that this year. We just received that ambulance. That was about $190,000. This year, or excuse me, for 2026, we've been putting off replacing our cardiac monitors, and we've put it off to the point where we can't really do that anymore. And that's a pretty, that's quite a bit more expensive than a remounted ambulance. So the total for that is $312,000. It's split between two lines there at the very bottom. You can see 270,000 and 42,500. That specific purchase, though, we did receive full funding from the EMTS grant for 2026. So we'll get $135,000 back from CDPHE. And that's really it. It's really those two spaces that accounts for the increase in our budget request from 25 to 26.
Okay, colleagues, let's start with just, before we jump into the requests, do we have any questions just about his budget structure in general?
I'm sorry. The EMTS grant received was how much?
$135,000. I have that built in, under EMTS grant funding at the very top. See that number that's 140,138. So that's EMTS grant funding plus a couple other smaller.
I'm looking at your capital building improvements line.
Yes.
Looks like we're accustomed to spending a fair amount more, and you're only requesting 8,000, and that's for the window tint.
Yeah. So, yeah, if you look in previous years, so the large numbers, like going back to 2023, you see $242,000. We did a kind of a complete redo of the inside of the building, so new carpet, new ceiling tiles, new lights, we redid the bathrooms, nothing had been updated, in there, since the building had been built. And it sat, it sat, kind of unmaintained, almost unmaintained for many, many years. There was nobody in there. And so that was a needed thing. Moving forward to 2025, we had a kind of a non-negotiable plumbing issue that we had to fix that was almost, roughly $50,000. That's been fixed, and so I think moving forward, we're in pretty good shape on that building. I have another line, repair and maintenance facilities, that's $15,000 that covers just like normal wear and tear stuff. But one of the major problem that we have in that building right now is, in my office right now, it's 55 degrees. And the heat has a lot of trouble keeping up with that, because it's just not it's a steel building that's not insulated, and it's in the Rocky Mountains. And then when I go home today, it'll be 86 degrees in there if I don't turn on like a portable AC unit. Before I got that unit, 86 was my mark for like, it's time to go home.
The reason that pops out to me is I remember from the capital workshop, seeing an $8,000 request for Ribbon. So I just wanted to make sure we have the context that is. Last year we spent $70,000 and it's so.
Did that help?
So the window tint is for next year.
Oh,
The plumbing, did help that. That's great.
So, okay, other questions? You should your head now. Can you talk to me about the relationship between built-in overtime and your FTE request? Do we think if this FTE request is granted, that we would see overtime be reduced?
Yeah, so that's another line that changed a fair amount. I kind of grouped that into salaries and wages, because for the vast majority of our organization, our paramedics and EMTs make up the biggest number of us. There are only a couple of us that aren't on shifts. They work on average a 56-hour week. So they have 16 hours of overtime built in every single week. We consider that just part of their salaries and wages, because it's just built in, that's guaranteed, that's mandatory overtime that they have to work. Anything beyond that is what we really consider overtime. Now, from an accounting perspective, you can't do that, you have to break it out. So that $740,000 that you see is a mixture of mandatory overtime and then additional overtime for when people call out sick, or they're out on PTO, or somebody has an injury. We're an organization that's kind of interesting. We and I don't know how to say this without maybe it's sounding bad, and I don't mean it that way, but if someone calls out sick, we don't have the luxury of just saying like, okay, well, that work won't get done today, that's okay, we'll pick it up tomorrow, right? We have to fill that spot 365 days right now. We have to try hard to fill that spot. So historically, we've not done a perfect job of projecting what that real overtime number will be. I spent the most time this year on this line item than I ever have, and I realized that you can't. You actually can't project it perfectly, because we can take an average of several years past for how much PTO people take, how many times they call out sick. We can't predict who's gonna break an ankle, or who's gonna have a family member pass away, right? That stuff is really, really difficult to predict. So this was a really thoughtful process, trying to calculate what that number is gonna be. And I can tell you, give me just a second, I'll split out that in that $740,000, what the number is just for just for mandatory built in. So of that $740,000, $630,500 is guaranteed mandatory overtime. That's just really part of their salary. So it's about $110,000 in additional overtime.
This is more of an operational question. I don't know if we'll solve it in time for this budget, but what would it look like? curious what it looks like for us financially to decide that. We don't wanna pay overtime and that we're gonna try to have enough paramedics working 40 hours a week that. I mean, it seems to me when that there could be some savings to be had, right?
Yeah, so it depends on how you wanna do that. If you broke down, if we hired, and I don't know what the number would be, but a significant amount more of paramedics. And everyone works a 40-hour work week. It depends on how you wanna pay them. Do you wanna pay them based on? Like the hourly wage that they make right now, do you want that to be their hourly wage for their 40-hour work week?
That's the assumption I'm sort of, am asking the question, is that, yeah.
So, you know, just a typical paramedic for us makes, let's say, $75,000. You would take them from $75,000 to like $45,000. And we would be the lowest paid EMS agency in the state by far, and we would hire.
Wow.
So we're counting on people working overtime to make a living wage?
The vast majority, I mean, well over 90% of EMS agencies in the state. And probably the country work a shift schedule like ours. They work 2,912 hours a year versus a 40-hour work week, which is 2,008. Okay, so this is
So it's about market competitiveness, because in order to keep them, you have to pay them, which would just be a huge cost increase, right? To bring them back to 40.
So unlike other departments. Getting more FTEs does not save us money, sounds like. I mean, we need them, but. If it's not a, you know. Substituting a person for all the overtime, sounds like.
I think,
And they're already doing the overtime.
Yeah, the vast majority of the overtime is built in, and that is the exact same as every other EMS agency and fire department out there.
And then if we were able to afford 3 FTEs. That would just allow you to staff another ambulance.
Yes,
Okay.
really the 3 additional FTEs, and correct me if I'm wrong, but to try to clarify, is about maintaining our service levels.
Okay.
Right, we are relying on Gilpin and having no coverage and having 2 ambulances out of the county and captains on ambulances and. All sorts of crazy shift dynamics just to maintain base service. This is really just giving us more resiliency to be able to handle the call load. Because they have to be paid 56 hours, because that's kind of an industry standard. Our overtime number will probably reduce a little bit,
yes,
but it's not, it's really around. Maintaining having 2.5 to 3 ambulances all the time without relying on. I mean, I was on the phone with Aaron talking about his budget, and he had a call in Gilpin. And they only responded to live calls, which means if someone had a heart attack in Georgetown, they're coming from Central City. Right? So, and it happens so consistently that it's, that's really what we're going for, is trying to make sure that we're not having hour-long response times.
yeah, I mean,
So it's taking care of our people better.
yeah, well, it's. Well, we cannot keep up with the call volume that we have right now. And we are unlike the majority of other EMS agencies out there, and even some that you look at and you're like, oh, they're like us, they're probably not. We have too many calls and not enough paramedics to take care of them. And that problem is compounded with the fact that we don't have a hospital anywhere near us. We don't have a hospital in the county. Our closest hospital is St. Anthony's in Lakewood. Our average transport time to them is like 35 minutes. So most EMS agencies in the state could handle our call volume with the amount of people that we have, but that's because they have a hospital right there. When they drop a patient off at the hospital, they're still in service. They can respond from there. When we drop a patient off at the hospital, or when we start transporting, we're not gonna be back for well over an hour. So we have huge gaps of time where there's nothing we can do, we're not here.
And
It's
you're making assumption we have higher volumes too, because of all the people doing extreme sports in our county.
we definitely have higher backcountry call volumes than really the majority of the state. Our backcountry call volumes are wide.
And I think I heard you say in spite of all that we see going on with respect to visitation, the vast majority of your time on task is serving locals.
The vast majority of our time on task, spread amongst all of our calls is yes, largely locals. It's not non-residents like you would think.
Especially on a per capita basis. 10 million visitors, 9,000 residents, even if it's 50-50 on a per capita basis, the hours spent per resident is like 70 to 1, right?
You think about the other EMS agencies that are like us, and I can't list them all off throughout the entire state because I don't know them all, right? But it's us in Park County. Park County doesn't have a hospital either. They have to go all the way to Summit, which is a burden. But they have 3 full-time ambulances on all the time and a call volume that's less than ours. So they have the ability to move around and cover the county when 1 or 2 are out. You think about other EMS agencies like Grand County, they seem like they're kind of like us, right? Tourist community in the mountains. They have 3 hospitals that they can transport to in their county. We don't have that.
And when you say the majority of our calls are in the county, I'm assuming that's also because we have an aging population and we have more demand.
Do
in these other
you mean the
counties?
majority of our calls are residents?
I thought you said residents, yeah.
Oh, so
But I
yeah,
said in
it's,
county, I meant residents.
yeah, it's, it stays the same pretty much every year. It's about a 50-50 split. We about 50% of the calls that we respond to are for residents
Okay,
and the other half non-residents. But we are much more likely to transport a resident,
oh, thank you.
which equates to much more time on task with the people here in our.
Thank you for the clarification.
Can you talk to me about the 6th physical ambulance?
Yeah, so, as I mentioned just a little bit ago, we remount an ambulance almost every single year. Our first out ambulances, put about 1,000 miles a week. We put 1,000 miles a week on that. So if you think about that, that's a lot of miles in a really short period of time. And so right now, with the call volume that we have, we have 5 physical ambulances, and it really means we're almost every single year we're remounting an ambulance. Which means that we really only have 4 ambulances for a lot of the time, because one of them is out of state in Missouri being remounted. So now we only have 1 backup ambulance for hopefully 3 frontline ambulances that are out. We put so many miles on them that they're constantly having to be maintained. I mean, every single week we're rotating ambulances between Denver, Evergreen, and Clear Creek County. We've been in the position in not too long ago where we actually had to borrow an ambulance from a mutual aid partner. You were part of that MOU process where we put together between us, Grand and Gilpin, where if anybody was really in a bad bind, we could reach out to each other and just borrow an ambulance. That's not a position we want to be in, because if they don't have one to give us, I mean, we can't have the possibility of not being able to respond to calls because we don't have an ambulance. So the HRSA grant, that was really delegated for public health, they were gonna have difficulty spending some of that money. We were able to draw, a correlation between what they do and what we do with HRSA. And HRSA agreed that an ambulance is a good use of that money so that they didn't have to forfeit some of that grant money. So at the end of 2026, we'll receive a 6th physical ambulance that we actually paid nothing for. That was completely funded by HRSA.
Then just to clarify, I don't have any other questions, just about their budget in general.
I just have a question just to know what they're for, the credit card fees. I noticed their actual was 4,000 something, and then what you're asking for is what are those?
So credit card fees, anytime someone pays us with a credit card, we have to pay a fee. So, for a long time, commercial insurance companies send us a paper credit card, like a one-time gift card essentially for a patient's payment. The problem is, let's say that they tell us, we're gonna pay you $1,100 for that. We have to pay a 2.9%. We would have to ask Carol Lee with the treasurer's office.
Can we add that to it, like,
We can't.
You can't,
We've tried.
okay.
Yeah, we've tried everything we can do there. We have to eat that cost.
Okay.
Now, the good thing is we are working with a software now that patients can pay online and we're hoping to move people closer. We're hoping to move them to that. It should eliminate at least a little bit of that cost, but yeah, we've worked. We've worked to try and get rid of that fee and we just can't.
That's what I kind of thought, okay.
It's like the vendors that used to just eat the cost and now they're charging you for it.
Yeah, and we don't have the ability to return that to the patient. We have.
So just from my understanding, Rachel, if we were say to approve all this, how much does that add to?
So back to that bigger picture comparison. That brings us 731,700 that the general fund would need to cover the ambulance fund.
So it's the expense minus the revenue.
Well, I do have a few questions about this though, so the. Proposed revenue, fiscal year 26 proposed revenue, 3.594. I have 3,097. So that looks like it's more than we'll actually get in revenue by almost $500,000. And then also the fiscal year 26 requested expenses is 4.9 and I have 3.7.
Okay, so.
I have only been looking at. What is like the line items that were impacted? And not the summary, has the summary been updated in the same way that the line items have?
Yes, for the purpose of this meeting, I did update them so you could see the distinct changes. So if you look at my screen on your, behind you or on your screen, you'll see Aaron's expenses at 3788070. Is that the number that you're agreeing
Yeah.
with? Cool, Aaron?
Yes.
Okay, and then, on the revenue side, you're saying that 3097 is or is not correct?
Yeah, I believe 3097 is correct, and I mean projected.
And then, what plays into fund balance is your end of your estimated expenses as well. So your estimated end of your expenses, are 337. That is probably the distinction that you and I may need to do up on your estimated, because that will eat into your fund balance as well if your revenue does not come in at what you projected. So to your point, there's about a $500,000 difference. I'm projecting your revenue return at less than what you may be thinking for 25. So that, I think, is the difference that you and we can talk about addressing as well for that fund, unless your revenues are different.
Okay. Yeah, no, I understand this page. It was the summary page where the numbers are confusing to me.
I think the summary page has you hitting that revenue number. Cause right now the estimated sales tax is 500,000 less.
Yeah.
The revenue on this page has you hitting it. That's the delta, so we can work on that when we work on sales tax, Rachel.
Yeah, thank you.
So for the purposes of getting into an answer to Jody's question, this you use a line, the source of truth. The source of truth is the plain document with all of the line items.
Yeah, let's, because we also have a revenue consideration on this one coming tomorrow.
Right.
We'll come back and sure these numbers up.
Yeah.
We're
We can do
waiting
that.
on the last month of sales tax collection right now to see if we're on track or not.
Well, let alone the 1A balance.
Well, it's more than 1A. We will sure up the revenue because they're just a discrete out of our countywide sales tax collection. So as soon as we get a little bit more information on that over the next couple of weeks, we can come back and work on the revenue number. And then by the 17th, the final cut, you'll have the updated revenues on the updated cut. Because right now in that 2 million general fund draw, that does not include EMS fund hitting a general fund deficit right now, because we were waiting to see what happens tomorrow.
Um. Well, it's. Whatever happens tomorrow. It's not.
No, they'll be on the general fund either way, but the order of magnitude will be significantly different.
Okay, colleagues, so I think actually there really is one request here that we need to discuss whether to move forward, right? And it's the addition of FTEs to be able to have other days, right? Correct. And, I'm always tempted to leave with my opinion, but I think I'd rather defer. I think the way this works is we just go, we say, would you like to see this request move forward, Jody?
I would like to see this request move forward.
Rebecca?
I agree.
Me too. Okay, so this one will move forward. Is there anything else that we need to discuss with respect to EMS?
Now, what about cardiac monitors and?
The cardiac monitors, I think that is already in the proposed budget. And we discussed it and said, yes, let's make sure that moves forward at the capital improvement. That's, I got it.
It was moving forward, and the C-chat vehicle.
Oh, right.
And see chat people. So, I think we're good. Anything else on EMS?
The chat budget, which should be fair.
Oh, yeah, so I am looking at page 2, to a whole other page.
So for chat, thanks to G-Rock, chat is almost completely grant funded in 2026. And most of the way through 2027, but for 2026, the only lines here, that aren't grant funded are, and it's already been discussed, is obviously the additional chat vehicle. There are 3 days a week where they have enough staff that overlap, that they can run 2 calls at one time. We have the ability to do that because of the lack of a second vehicle, and so we have missed calls. The other thing that we miss, when we don't have a second vehicle, but we do have, an additional staff member or 2 on shift, is, we sometimes have to cancel CIHCS visits because the main vehicle is on a crisis call.
What does that mean?
Our community paramedic visiting with community members that, they're trying to help keep in their home. They're trying to help guide them through medical care, keep them out of the 911 system, out of the emergency department, and help them stay healthy in their home. So there are visits that are scheduled every single day. But if that vehicle is gone and we don't have a second vehicle, sometimes those appointments have to be canceled, or rescheduled. That's not a good thing because we want to keep, that frustrates people, that are trying to stay in their home and stay healthy and find the resources they need to do that. We want to maintain trust with the community, so we want to be there when we say we're going to be there. And so that second vehicle will help us do that. The other piece in here is that it's $8,500 in that line for one of our cardiac monitors. Right now, our community paramedic does not have a cardiac monitor, but he does have the ability to use one, which would give him extra diagnostic capability. And we thought that it would be a wise, financially responsible decision if, instead of purchasing a new monitor for $40,000, if he could use one of our monitors that we're planning to trade in. The cost that we are gonna trade it in at is $8,500.
Okay, so we have. That second response vehicle is currently proposed, and it's proposed in the general fund, right? So it's
Yes.
part of the proposed $2 million whole. Okay,
And that's the amended price because it ended up not being as expensive as you thought.
We also are gonna lease it.
Oh, okay,
So it is a great relief because the market residual is really high.
okay.
So if you're gonna lease a car, free promo.
Toyotas and their famous resale value.
Yes.
Okay, so then I don't actually think we have any direction to discuss giving here unless we want to advocate for like pull this out or something. Otherwise, what we'll see is that the second response vehicle move forward. You brought up the cardiac monitors, they're also proposed. I think,
And the FTEs.
and the FTEs will move forward. And just one quick, what would be helpful for me, the next time we discuss the FTEs would be to understand any new revenue we expect to to gain because we are responding to more calls ourselves. I know it's not gonna be a 1-to-1 ratio, but
It's not. I looked at, and I'm still trying to break it down to give a more exact number on a calendar year. From January 1 of 24 to date in 25, the amount of calls that Gilpin has run for us. Would have resulted in about $90,000, in terms of the amount that we invoiced, not in terms of the amount that we actually were reimbursed.
so less than $40,000 by the time you're.
Yeah, about 35,000 we reimburse.
Okay.
36.2%, right?
Hmm,
Which is,
out of 90.
I also just wanted to make sure and point out that, the GovCom contract is back to budget this year into the ambulance fund. I'm gonna look at that again as we get closer to the 17th. I would like to continue to peel out as much as we can from the emergency telephone fund to continue to cover that expense in there. Right now, I've fully burdened the general fund and the ambulance fund with the expense. But want to continue that move of pulling as much as we can out of the general fund and reducing that fund balance.
I was gonna save this for sheriff's office, but I'll just ask it now.
Okay.
We have revenue in the 911 fund,
Mhm.
and that revenue is more than what we pay for these contract services. And what I think I've seen over the last 2 or 3 years is kind of changes in accounting philosophy. So when you say you're burdening it with the budget, in the general fund budget, that means you're transferring the E911 fund balance into the general fund balance
The other way.
instead of putting this.
Right, the expense, right now, this year, we moved the expense into E911 and upped the appropriation that we spent out of E911 to reflect that contract. That was not, that hadn't been the perspective in the past. The dispatch, because it had lived within the general fund, those expenses related to the outsourcing of GovCom stayed there. However, that E911 fund is for the purpose of dispatch, and we should be putting it back into it. So this is the opportunity to make that decision. Should that burden continue, and should we tank that E911 fund or balance it out and actually show that the general fund is still having to cover the full cost of E911 service? Now, this is a request that we have to work on next year, which is changing the amount in that surcharge, but we have to go through the Public Utilities Commission to make that surcharge change. That is also relative to what others change. There's a nuance in that E911 change because it comes through cell phone providers, and that surcharge is then delivered back to us. So we have to go through the Public Utilities Commission. We know that there's a nearby county that charges more and we could be gaining more revenue. Is that ever going to be enough to cover that GovCom dispatch charge? That is the question I haven't been able to answer on the
No,
exact.
no, wait a minute, I thought GovCom was less expensive than what we have to pay for in-house dispatch.
Correct. Correct,
Okay,
correct.
so you're not talking about spending more. You're
No,
just
no.
talking about what bucket you take the money out of to pay for it?
I'm talking about two parts. One, increasing the surcharge so that we receive more revenue into the E911 so that we can then move the expense into E911, that service fund.
Surcharge on,
Cell phones. People, when they use their cell phones here, those cell phone charges are limited by the Public Utilities Commission.
I see.
We have to go through that process to increase our surcharge. We have one of the lower. And
So what did we like? I think the less we are. As a board. And in the information we're communicating, in the weeds about. Whether you're, identifying the revenue over here or over there, or the expense over here or over there, like. What I'm trying to get to,
great.
what in this information is relevant to us as policymakers? How does this change the way we might think about the budget?
Yeah, burdening that full charge for dispatching needs to be in the E911. That's that's the policy question. Should it be there or should it be charged in part in the general fund so that that E911 fund does not go negative? That's the policy question.
So 20,000 feet. There isn't enough revenue in the E911 fund for us to burden GenCom and the tower maintenances that we have to do. On the emergency broadcast towers that are on top of all the mountains to cover both. We were able to do it at 25 because there was a fund balance. Now, there isn't enough fund balance or revenue to eat the entire amount, right? So we want to leave a little bit of money in that fund, and the way the budget is proposed right now, leave a little bit of money in the E911 fund to be able to handle a tower failure, right? We can't lose towers, right? Because it's not just us, it's everyone, state patrol, everybody, right? We could burden more and cut down that fund balance to near nothing, which would relieve the general fund. But it's not really a sustainable solution. So a recommendation is that we burden the E911 fund what we can to maintain an emergency amount for a tower failure. And then the rest is on the general fund until we're able to go through the utility commission and get those fees raised to be able to cover the general contract.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's prudent.
Great, thank you. That's what I needed is direction. That's all I needed.
Okay. Thank you. Just 2 seconds. I think the point Rachel was trying to make was that the reason some of the general fund costs have gone up is because we were eating into E911 fund balance. 25 that is now back on the general fund, right? So again, that was a one-time shot of money to relieve some burden last year that's now back on the general, right? So that's why some of these budgets have gone up, even with a lot of reduction of our.
But I do think it's prudent to charge for that.
We will, it's just a very bureaucratic process, and we are a small county with a outside, burden that the
Again.
utility commission doesn't necessarily, it's that we're an outlier.
Right.
So we have to work with them carefully to try to get that right.
Thank you.
So. Get to the POC next year to try to get that fee out.
Yes,
Yeah.
and they're changing the rules right now too, so that could help us.
I think that finalizes, I don't think there's anything else for us to discuss in EMS or C chat. I think we're on human services, am I correct?
Thank you. I'm sure you all know Tracy Troya, our DHS finance expert. Before we kind of go through some of the numbers and talk about it, I just want to express our gratitude for this process in budgeting. We enjoy like the collaborative approach that we have with finance and the ability to ask hard questions and feel like if we don't agree on the numbers, we can talk about it and not feel bad that we have questions about things that are in our budget. So we're appreciative of that process and that partnerships. That being said, we don't have any real budget requests. I think it's just more of a conversation around what our allocation is for some of these different line items and needing those to adjust based on what the state's allocated for us this year. So on that first page, we don't have any differences in our veteran services, so just then looking at the second page. I think yours is in blue, the differences in.
You see it, sorry. Try to zoom in more.
Yeah, thank you. So these numbers, the difference in the numbers are really just, the first two anyway, are what we've been allocated. So we don't really have an option to change those numbers. That third number, the 334,000, there's just a disagreement on that number and whether or not that should be in our budget. So I think from our perspective, the county auditor feels that number should be like 122,000. Tracy and I disagree that should show as revenue in here, that it should just be in the general fund. So in years past, you can see that hasn't been allocated to us as revenue. There have been times where money has been left in that account, but then it goes back into the general funds. We just don't feel like it. It's not true revenue. It shouldn't show up on our budget as revenue.
I agree. And we agree. We
Okay.
agree, I agree. It's just trying to find the right way to be more transparent on it that we've been trying to nail down. It's a nuance with the Human Services Fund that does cracking open with Tracy, and we'll have a senior accountant starting soon who can also help us, but at this point, this is the cost allocation charge that we get for the behind the scenes work that the general fund does. What's different is that we do it as a transfer in as revenue, which is weird, and I don't know why that's been the case in the past, or where in fact we need to place it to be more transparent. I'm trying to nail that down over the next, until the 17th, basically, to be more transparent, but it goes up significantly this year, which is a lot. So it looks like it's a revenue, but it's actually just a pull immediately out of the revenue and into the general fund, which is our cost allocation, and that amount is so much higher this year. It's a 2-year lag, because of the way that the cost allocation is done. Some funds in the past, you'll see like, the emergency services district, the cost allocation went down this year. So it really is based on burden of work, but, I'm not sure either. Sarah and I would like more time until the 17th to dig in some more on what exactly that number should be. And if it is 334, then let's put it into the expense line as opposed to a revenue line. It's not money in. And that's where we begin to see a really weird number set in her fund balance begin. So that's just, it's a layover in accounting that doesn't make sense. So we're trying to clean it up.
And going down to the next section, salaries and wages, those are just the actual numbers that are expensed to each of those line items. There's no new positions in there except like the 202. Is hiring that second eligibility case manager that we've always had in the budget, but we've not had that position filled consistently over the last couple of years. Is that position filled right now? Yes, yeah, and actually Teresa has a picture of something.
Yeah, I would just like to make a quick correction on that. So the first line item, salary and wages there's for like our general admin. So it's our director, our office admin, bookkeeping, SNAP Medicaid. All those caseworkers go in there. That is also case-based on how much time they spend in each one of these program items. The second line item is our caseworker, our child welfare caseworker supervisor. She is the only one that is in that line item. That is actual number provided by finance. So there was that adjustment on that. And then in the third line item there at 37, that is our 3 caseworkers, child welfare caseworkers. So we just kind of balanced out, you know, the 429 and that line 37 into 36 to make those the actual numbers.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, you know, going down to 40 through 42, then finance help balance out the benefits based on the actual salary and wages for those 3 there.
So obviously from our perspective, those numbers,
Are good.
yeah.
And I agree with them.
And then just asking for a little increase in the next 2 numbers, the postage and operating supplies. And then the telephone for 800 is the actual cost for, I think that's our veteran services cell phone.
Should I interpret this as, so see. So these line items, like I see 2025 estimated telephone, you're only estimated to spend 400. And I thought that's what we were building the proposed budget off of, but and I should be talking about numbers that are so small, but. Why am I seeing? I should be seeing proposed and estimated as pretty similar, right? Isn't that how we built this budget?
Yeah, the proposed and requested, I have been watching where they move sometimes I'll move expenses around and I want to be more conservative with human services. Just based on what we've budgeted in the past as opposed to open up the rest of the other expenses to show the telephone line.
Well, let's actually look at contract services rather than telephone. I mean, telephone, I pulled it in blue, but. We're only estimating to spend $46,000 this year in contract services. We're proposing the same budget amount from last year. I thought that what we had going on with our proposed budget is that we were starting with what we actually spent in 2025.
In part, there are, this fund in particular. We did that with the general fund. This fund is a different fund with the intent of being conscious that. We don't have a lot of experience in their spending. And there's movement between a new caseworker coming on. And staffing and movement of money around within the division, so within this team itself. Between what's allocated to us and what might not be allocated, so I really wanted to reflect on their expertise. In this fund in particular, because I just don't have that much experience in it as a compared to with the general fund.
Yeah, you're correct, George, that happened in the general one. Thank you.
And what hasn't been said, at least maybe in these words, is that almost all of the work, it's around 80% funding for the work that's done in this division is paid by the state. So trying to tease out, I have always struggled, frankly, trying to tease out what's actually happening in the human services budget. When I see $1.6 million in revenue and $1.1 million in expense. Are we expecting the fund balance to grow next year?
That's the way it looks. That's the unfortunate reality of the timing of our budget compared to the fiscal year budget that the state and the Fed use. So we're always trying to balance what the allocation is that's coming in from the state side. Because their window is July to July, and then the federal budget is October to October. So October to September, so what you see
And ours is January to December.
is January to December. So what you see is a fluctuation that really reflects things that are outside influences and trying to true up. So this one, over time, even next year, will have even more experience on the expense side related to actuals. We just think because of the federal challenges that we're gonna see these next years. Or this next year, we're gonna really understand their expense side better than we've ever really seen it. So more on the experience within this fund than anything that you're seeing too. But it's just a funky 3 different fiscal years trying to identify when we're gonna see that full set of money. It could be next year. When we see 2027 really become even harder for us, just depending on how allocations go, just things lag differently.
Let's talk about 2022, all the way on the left-hand side. Did we actually receive $1.1 million in revenue, and did we actually spend $938,000? And did the fund balance actually grow?
No, my balance did not grow.
So. Help me out here. Revenue over expense means fund balance grows. That's what it's
It
there's
does.
arithmetic.
It does,
And-
but it's, again, it's that window of time, July to, we're getting 6 months worth of revenue from the next fiscal year into our calendar year. So the number looks higher, but their cost allocation goes up because they're 6 months into that next fiscal year of the state or of the Fed. So it sways the view in a rear, and we could actually feel that pain this year. But but they're supposed to be as much neutral as possible on their expense to revenue.
Um. Any other questions about their budget?
No, I just wanted to say, I'm glad you brought that up about the funding for this, because this is one of the things that's confusing to people. CChat and human services and public health will be another one, but what the funding is, and we should cut those services and save money for other things, that's not really an option. So, and these are not, these are things that are funded other ways.
And there isn't anything our department does that's not statutorily required, so
Right.
there isn't any extra.
Oh, good point.
Right, that is a good point.
Okay, I see here that you're asking for around $20,000 more to fully fill case managers. Does that, I understand what that is, looks like. And again, it's on the revenue side and on the note is on the revenue side, but there's a corresponding expense. Salary and wages is somewhere here.
That might be our eligibility worker position, that's not an extra position, we're just finally have it filled.
In non-eligibility workers, we are concerned about the workload that's coming, right, with the changes to SNAP and Medicaid, so we paid. Got an experienced great hire, got a second eligibility worker that's fully licensed for the first time in
Ever,
3 years, 5 years. Something like that, so, it was a priority on our side to make sure that person was gonna stay.
And when you say changes to SNAP benefits, you mean other than the government not being funded and not paying those?
the changes with the HR one, the big beautiful bill.
Them having to do the application twice a year instead of once, so it's like double the work.
And there's now work requirements that have to be verified.
Oh, right, unfunded mandates. Right.
So help clarify, what do you need from the board here? I see, in the memo, it says the line items in blue are requests. My goal is to try to clarify what is being requested and ask for the board to give direction on whether it's moving forward.
I think that mid-year evaluation is a good opportunity for us to see what's happened to this fund as well, mid-year May next year, so direction that we come back again.
Are there any requests?
I would just argue that ours aren't requests, they're true, they're the true cost of what we've been allocated. So I'm not requesting that you change those numbers, those are just the real numbers that we've been allocated. And the expenses then assigned to those line items, so they're true numbers, with the exception of the, 334,000. That we just we don't agree that that should show up in our budget as revenue at all.
I agree with them on that.
I think this is a special case, this is the only fund that works this way, so I think our normal process doesn't really work here. The one thing I will ask is for public health and human services. That we have an active conversation with the board about when if those federal funds start drying up or state doesn't pay us, that we're back and we are fully prepared to utilize that reserve potentially to maintain. Service levels if we have to, but that'll be an allocation down the road.
Yeah, and the other part of this budget as well is some of the numbers. Just based on timing of when I asked for information and when they've gotten more information, these numbers are revised as well as blue.
So blue is just numbers that were revised, there's not a request associated.
No.
Thank you. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Sarah.
Human Services team, Public Works, Nara.
Could we take a quick break?
Sure.
Sorry.
There you go. Oh, you want this?
I'm gonna close your screen share, Rachel, really quick, just so I can. Put up a
Thank you
Yes.
very much.
Okay, Public Works.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So we've got Stoy online as well, and Snorri's here with us today too. Our budget is broken out into 5 segments with transit, site development, transfer station, road and bridge, and administration. We're gonna let Rachel just start off with a high level view, and then we'll get into the 5 pages of budget with the group here. Also, Julie Woodman's with us today, sorry. So we've got the team.
Okay, so coming back to road and bridge. So based on what was proposed, we saw a pretty significant dump of their fund balance then, requested and then proposed. We got us around 1.5. Based on conversations that I had with Stoy and Carl and Julie, they will have, based on the revisions they've proposed in the working session today, there'll be around $688,000 to the positive within their fund balance if they were able to complete all the work in there. So I'll punt that over to them just to give you an idea of where their fund balance is based on those 3 different figures. So that you can see how that this iterative process is actually been very helpful, even though we should have started it in May or actually March. It's very helpful to have this much time with the team, so they understand how we see it on just the larger view and then what right sizing it could look like. So we'll start off with transit. I'll pass it to you, Carl.
All right, I'm actually gonna see if we can get Stoy to unmute, and he actually oversees the Public Works Assistant Director. He actually has the transit group under his purview.
Thank you, Carl. Yeah, our transit budget this year, as far as the request goes, is pretty straightforward. Not a whole lot of changes from previous years. The stuff that you're seeing between the proposed budget and the requested budget in blue there was just a couple of items. One is the revenue side there, where you see the $104,000. That is a grant for a new shuttle van for the department. And if we don't purchase that van, then we don't get to realize that revenue. So just wanted to make sure that we kept those tied together in our requested budget there. And then the other one that you're seeing for fuel is just really, we're increasing. We do expect our fuel expenses to go down in some cases due to more efficient vehicles that we've recently purchased. But we are increasing some of the routes and some of the time on the road there. So we just want to make sure that we're adequately funded for our fuel cost. And then at the bottom here, just the capital outlay. Again, that is the purchase of a new roundabout van for the transit department. That will be really bring our entire fleet of 3 vans up to modern vehicles there that are all going to be a lot more functional, really reducing our maintenance costs and fuel costs, and be able to provide a much better service to the riders there.
Okay, Holly, I was reading the captions on the Zoom meeting because the audio really bad. Was anybody else able to understand any of that?
I think Ari, I don't know what you guys are going to do about it.
So I got it because I had the audio and I had the captions, but
How do you find captions? Question.
Like, turn them on.
it's, yeah, in the Zoom meeting, I just have my Zoom.
If you go to the bottom, you should be able to click the CC.
I will just summarize here in the room. what I thought I heard. We were talking about the third ban. And the statement was made that when we get this third ban, we will save on fuel and maintenance costs. So I'm gonna just kind of start us with talking about that third ban. Is the third ban in the proposed capital improvement, or would we need to add it to the list?
It is in the proposed,
It is already in the proposed.
correct?
Okay. And did I hear that there is grant funding attached to the third ban already?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. How much of revenue?
revenue line? I believe, and Zoe, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's a 80-20 match.
That's right. So you see the total request of $145,000, and that $104,000 of that request is gonna be grant funded.
It was not, I apologize, it was not in the capital, but it is now back in. It was on the list of conversations that we had the other day with you all about capital improvements. You all said we need to move forward with that. It's grant funded. So it will move into this.
Okay. Will we see, when we say that we will see changes to fuel and changes to maintenance, do we see that reflected in this budget?
Yes. You see it definitely in the repairs and maintenance number because of number one, getting the two vans that we did, what was it this year? Yeah, and last year,
So we,
that does go down.
when I see 2026 request of 18,000, and then in the work session, we're proposed 10,000 in that R and M line,
Yes.
that's what,
That's
that's where
where-
it's reflected.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just some of the discussion came from, is that they're newer vehicles, just won't have those sort of repairs.
Anything else on transit? I don't, other questions, we have one capital request that's already in the proposed budget. Grant funded.
Okay. No, I do not have any other questions with that part.
Thank you, Team Transit. I've heard, I hear every once in a while about that third ban, and so I think it's a good thing that it's moving forward. Like about the third one that exists today. I hear every once in a while about that one. It's a maintenance adventures, so. Let's move to site development.
Yes.
And Stoy, this is you as well, and Megan, do you have, can you turn on? Who's got that screen share there? Can you turn on captions? That might help everybody just kick up.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have them on colleagues on my screen. If you want to look at them,
Where are you from?
are you in the Zoom meeting?
Oh, no.
Okay. You are more than welcome. Just read them off. Okay, please proceed. Set it up.
Great, thank you. Hopefully, you can hear me a little bit better. With site development, again, similar to transit, is pretty straightforward. The only request that you're seeing blue there that have changed from the original request were just additional expenses for travel and dues and registrations. And that is really to properly fund the floodplain administrator position there, which requires continuing education and certification through that. In the past, it's been miscoded, and that expense has been borne by the Road and Bridge Fund, and just want to make sure that we're including that properly in the site development area.
What does the floodplain administrator do?
The floodplain administrator is responsible for enforcing the FEMA floodplain regulation, which has been adopted by the state and the county for development within the regulatory floodplain. It's important to maintain compliance with those standards in order to allow those residents and developers that are developing within the floodplain to be eligible for the NFIP, the National Flood Insurance Program, and be able to insure their homes or structures within those floodplain areas.
And still is that person, the administrator.
Colleagues, any other questions on this?
I do not.
Okay,
I'm just gonna point out that this moves the expense from the road and bridge fund into the general. fund.
And why is that? Sorry.
It's funded by general fund, not out of the road and bridge fund.
Well, I got that part. Why is that? Just,
The transit department and site development are both general fund
Okay.
functions.
Yeah, so in previous years, here's what happened is for the floodplain manager. We miscoded it and it came out of road and bridge.
It shouldn't have done.
Okay, exactly. Because. I guess in my head, and I can certainly own that mistake, that is on me, is Stoy was our engineer for road and bridge, so that's why I'm like, well, he's floodplain manager, that's why I did that. Okay, so
so we have,
now will come out of site development when he has to renew his floodplain.
the road and bridge fund gets HETF money into it, and it gets dedicated property tax money into it. And there's a lot of law around what that fund can and can't.
oh, okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on that one, or should we move to transfer station?
I'm good with moving to transfer station.
Yeah, who is doing this one?
Julie and myself.
Okay.
That actually passed. It just didn't change line items.
Changed on line items because of some of the truck repairs that
Mhm.
you've seen on that.
Yeah, basically, the biggest change here, I think, the tipping fees continue to go up, and that's, charges that we incur when we take the canisters down to Republic on Highway 93, or to any other locations where we're dropping, recyclables and the solid waste products that the transfer station brings in. So we've added $10,000 on the tipping fee line. The big one, I think, is just the
Repairs and.
repairs and maintenance, and we decided to keep that second older roll-off truck. It's still got a pretty good drivetrain and engine, but it is an aging truck. It's a 2006. It doesn't necessarily spend a lot of time on the highway, but it is useful at the facility while the other truck is out on the road. And just because of its age, we had to put new rails and a new tarp on it. The tarps take quite a bit of a beating, so we are asking for an additional $10,000 there in that line. Just to keep those trucks compliant for road travel when they do need to be out on the road. And then safety line, we added $1,000 to. And what was the operating equipment again, Julie?
Well, it says routing expenses, and so that's why I'm kind of confused. Operating equipment is just, once again, a brush for the skid steer. Sometimes those, and these are attachments for skid steer. It would be a snow removal piece, because that, obviously you're working with public. And want to keep public safe, your staff safe during the winter. So it's keeping those areas clear, clean, so it's attachments like that. The encompasses operating equipment.
Those are some asks from Brian with all our manager up at the facility.
So we've got. Can you talk to me about what happened in 2025? We budgeted $230,000 in operating equipment. And we spent $126. And I'm not seeing that show back up. So was there like a big capital need that we thought, is that why you're explaining the truck?
The 2025 adopted Is that where you're speaking?
I'm seeing 2025 adopted budget, we have $230,000 in operating equipment. We spent 126 of those $230,000. Was there a piece of equipment we thought we needed that we decided we don't need, or?
Well, here was what had happened, is Beth had applied for a grant,
Yes.
on a composting. And
Yeah,
what was the other item? I can't remember the name of it.
we were looking at is trying to. The grant was I think Brett started that, but Rebecca Abrahamson wrote that up. And we were looking at some equipment and
Crusher.
yeah, it's called a Trumbull. It's a big crusher that goes on the end of the conveyor that we make the mulch out of the slash that we have with the slash program. It takes it to a finer grind. The thinking forward about trying to put together a product that is something we can sell back to the community or give back to the community, one way or the other. We didn't follow through with that grant. We did, we were awarded it, but when we lost the manager up there and things kind of got set aside. Maria left, Rachel came on, we talked about what that meant for the department and the people working there that no longer existed as far as our payroll goes. And just decided to not move forward with that grant at the time.
And purchase that equipment. And once again, part of that is a staffing issue, just even running that equipment. Plus you've got trucks trying to get down to the landfill, you're trying to wait on your customers, and so. Just a lot of those things were part of that decision making also.
I think, something to note for the board is that we didn't quite hit our revenue number as projected.
For this, we changed all the fees last year. So I think, you know, based on our visit counts to that area, we're still seeing a change in people's behavior. There's less of a reliance on the transfer station as historically been. There's more private. As our costs go up, the private options become more cost competitive. They're in Newmont now. I've got 5 options on Floyd Hill, right? And so we're seeing, not so much year over year to last year, because you're closed so much. But year over year, 3 years ago, we're down 33% in visits. And like number of people, so when we're talking about that. With, in relation to the revenue versus expense side of the transfer station. That those fixed costs to operate that facility are now needing to be covered by a smaller and smaller and smaller population every year as more people shift, so. Something to keep an eye on, it's still valuable, service for the community, but. The smaller and smaller population of the county is now bearing the cost of operating the system outside of the.
Do you think,
The revenue side.
do you think the recycling is used as much, or because we charge just to go into recycle, do you think people are taking it somewhere else?
There's not a whole lot of options. Where else they can take some of that stuff, so I don't know. If that's changed the whole.
So you're still taking down the same amount?
That $5 fee.
Oh, okay.
When you know, most people, so they say, why are you charging that now, or if they, question it is, even when I looked out down there. It's like, there is a cost of us transporting this to any facility
Yeah.
that, does this, that takes these items, and then they kind of make that, oh, okay, now it makes sense. Yeah.
I think people that are recycling are trying to do the right thing, and $5 fee is not a big deal, I just don't know if like. Maybe they're saving up as much until they hit that one, because I don't have much trash, because I'm compost and everything, so it's like that one bag of trash, now I have a lot more recycling, I'm taking one. Instead of taking it in
I think
once a
with the
week.
fee structure, we stopped seeing those people that would just show up with a
Just
kitchen bag and just recycling.
Yeah.
They're doing more of a.
They at least bring one of their bags in,
Right,
along
yeah, I'm
with
gonna
that,
wait till I
because-
have a full bag,
Yeah.
yeah.
Exactly.
We're still waiting to see kind of where the numbers balance out this year with the fee change. I know, we appreciate moving forward with that half FTE request that we talked about at the last meeting. But that too will just, let us operate that place on a daily basis without having to keep shuffling road and bridge operators over there, paying them overtime.
And that ultimately will save money, right? Because then we're not paying overtime.
Yes.
And road bridge operators.
Okay.
So. What is the status of this half FTE request? Is it?
It's in here.
It's in the budget.
It's in the proposed
Yeah.
budget, it's part of the $2 million moving forward deficit. No board action to move it forward to the next round or anything like that, unless the action that we can always take as a board is to say, actually, no, we wanna go back.
Yeah.
So like, that's just letting you all know our options. Any thoughts about how we should proceed?
No, I just say we take out, don't pay the tipping fees, but just kidding.
Okay, I just have one comment on the transfer station, which is that, tipping fees are going to go up pretty consistently. The AQCC just, and I support this, decided that we should do something about all of the methane emission from landfills. And that is going to increase tipping fees. And, I was just at the Pumpkin Smash yesterday. And some of you know that I've been part of an organization that's been advocating for organic waste diversion county since 2009. And I would love to see the transfer station start to take steps towards wrapping their heads around what organic waste diversion looks like and how that affects our cost structure. I do think now is the time because of what we're seeing on tipping fees. And I think there's a chance that we will start to see more incentives around that because the cost structure at a landfill is going to be directly related to the amount of organic waste that's in it, generating methane moving forward. So that's just so you know, I have one more year here. You might hear me talk about this a little bit. I have told myself, let's make sure we have a transfer station that can be open before I start asking for more and fancier, but I do have a lot of confidence in the team and I would love to see some at least initial answers to those questions.
Well, when you talk about selling an end product too, I mean, that's what I use as my compost to put into my garden. And if I go down to Denver and buy a bag of that, it is expensive. But way down the road. Carl's like, I'm out of here.
What I'm saying, and once again, wherever you wanna lay your discussions on that, there's always the cost, whether it's the people, so wages and
Yeah,
all of that,
does it pay for itself?
what equipment? And what do you charge for it, or do we consider it free because it's composting material or whatever? I mean, so those are some things just to think of when evaluating.
Do
some
they
of
have
those
like
thoughts.
conferences and
Cause I
stuff?
don't know.
Or, I mean, I know we go to conferences for different things. Do they have conferences for ideas for landfills?
They do, I have not been to one and Brian hasn't, I don't know that you've ever gone. Because we don't get notified of them a real lot, emails, I think, still go to T-Bob's, I don't know.
Yeah, there's trainings and conferences for.
Yeah.
Solid waste as
We
well,
have
this is
time.
something we need to look forward,
Mhm.
once we've got staff that they can actually
Staffing,
take the time to do that kind of stuff.
Cause it's tough when somebody calls out. And you've got somebody on the road, so with the half FTE, not having it just be seasonal, having it be year round, that will open up some of that opportunity.
Yeah, we definitely think so. It's been a tough couple of years with the staff over there.
Okay, I would love to see, and not during budget time, but we made significant changes as a board last year, the last board. I would just love to see the board have some insight and kind of an active policy conversation about the transfer station next year.
Yeah.
So that we can understand how those changes are affecting behavior, what our options are moving forward. And I mean, if I could see some personally, I would love to see a sketch out of what it might look like to try to do organic waste diversion on site. If that's within capacity, and I know I'm one commissioner talking right now, and we're not scheduled to talk about the transfer station's policy decisions, we're here for the budget, but that's just, I'm curious how you both feel about that as something.
No, I agree, people are changing their behavior, I mean, I even see like advertisements where you can put all your stuff and it'll. I don't know, cook it up, it looks like coffee grounds, but, you know, maybe if people have those in their homes too, there wouldn't be as much. Going to the landfills.
The loans. You have any thoughts to?
I think people are getting more and more used to having to separate out their trash. And if you have, you know, trash, recyclable and compostable, it doesn't seem like a big stretch.
We did have a trash service in Clearfield County, the people that formerly owned a trash service, they did do it just compost. They picked up recycling for compost and they did that for the restaurants. It was a fail, then it was kind of early, I think, but it has been tried in Clearfield County before.
I was part of an organization that picked up from the restaurants, and we had a wonderful little compost facility right up until the county shut us down.
That's when you ran for county commissioner.
No, no, I mean, apparently there's zoning rules.
Oh.
And bears.
Yeah,
Shall we, anything else on this? Not on road and bridge, on transfer station?
No.
Okay, I don't see anything either. Let's move to road bridge.
All right.
Well, I don't know, if Stoy, if you wanna start out where we kind of get into some of the asks with your capital improvement. Capital construction,
Yeah,
I should
happy
say.
to. Yeah, I think that the first change you're seeing there in blue, that is for facilities repairs. And that's just one of our capital improvement requests that's gonna fuel repair or fund repairs for the fuel islands, for lighting and heating at the Dumont facility, and some repairs to the structure at the Brook Forest facility for Road and Bridge. Then the big numbers that you're seeing here for construction services, those two line items, the outside services are for engineering design services. That is where we're funding the creation of engineering plans to do road improvements and road reconstructions. And then the capital construction line item there is the expense, the actual construction costs for those projects. There was not a whole lot of changes requested to those. We were just kind of sorting out the line items in that. And then if you all can hear me okay, I'm happy to kind of continue on through our line items. The salary and wages line items, the changes that you're seeing there is just the adjustments that are made between two different categories that we have in our road and bridge fund. One is for the winter snow and ice category, and the other is for maintenance of condition, which is the funding for the summer operations. And the salaries for our equipment operators and other road and bridge staff are split between those two categories. And that's what you're seeing in blue there. It's just the adjustment made to even out the expense between winter and summer operations. Tires, we adjusted that back up because we're seeing a large increase in cost for rubber and tires. And that's just an ongoing expense that we're going to incur and need to properly fund that. That's just a cost increase that we're seeing nationwide on tires. Grader blades, again, that is an expense that is split between summer and winter operations. You see an increase here on the maintenance of condition, the summer operations side, and you'll see a similar decrease on the snow and ice. And so we're not really requesting additional funding from what we have in past years for greater blades. We're just splitting that cost between the winter and summer operations categories. The asphalt line item is where we fund crack sealing, which came up last time we met on budget. You know, crack sealing for the county roads, which we typically contract out, and just seal up all those cracks to keep water from penetrating into to the subgrade beneath the pavement surfaces. In addition to that, we also are funding our recycled asphalt from that line item. And that's why you're seeing a bit of an increase, both in the crack sealing as well as the recycled asphalt. That's an effort to preserve our existing pavements, as well as transition to more recycled asphalt surfaces for unpaved roads, rather than the typical Class 6 CDOT road base. We're starting to transition a lot of these unpaved roads to a recycled asphalt surface that we're seeing a lot of success in, and want to continue that program. So that's why we're seeing a little bit of an increase year over year for this asphalt line item. Gas and oil is a fuel expense, and we're just seeing, you know, I'm trying to fund our estimated expense for 2026 for fueling our vehicles in that line item. The guardrail expense, that's just an ongoing cost. It's hard to estimate what our future costs are going to be. That's really just for repairs to existing guardrails. And a lot of those repairs are incurred throughout the winter season. And so it's really hard for this fall budget cycle to be able to properly identify what that cost is come spring and summer next year, once we realize, you know, all the damages that have been incurred over the winter time. But that is our kind of best guess there for the $80,000 of what we would expect to see for guardrail repairs. Outside services, you know, we were just adjusting that. You know, I think we had, you know, I'm not sure exactly what happened in our request there, but we're just adjusting that to what we, the expense that we would actually expect to realize for 2026 in that line item. R&M, equipment and fixtures, again, just the expense for repairs to equipment for the road and bridge facilities there. Weed control, that is an expense that has varied throughout the past. You know, 10 years ago or so, we had a weed department that provided all of the weed control services across the county for road and bridge and other areas. That changed. We eliminated the weed department, and since that time have been contracting out those services. And that's just our expense that we anticipate for 2026 to contract out for weed control in the public right of way for roads.
On weed control, the statutory mandate is not limited to our right of way, correct?
Right.
We are charged with sort of knowing what's going on with noxious weeds, kind of writ large, public and private land inside the county, correct? Okay. Did we get?
And we have throughout the.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that we have through certainly through the weed department that was previously funded in the past. We did provide those services in some of the open space areas and outside the road right of way, and also with the contract services, depending on the year, we have extended that to provide for some services at trailheads and other open space areas as well. So it is something that we try to accommodate.
Thank you. In that contract is with Summit County?
At the time that we tracked that
Yeah,
in 2021.
We do not have a contract right now.
Right.
There's a handful of front range companies that are available. That's something we have to look forward to again this year, do an RFP and take that out to bid.
That's partly why we're seeing the potential increase in costs.
Didn't we used to have a staff person for
We did,
that? Back in 2015, 16.
yeah, in 2016. there were just decisions made at the county manager level and the board level, and that was one of the positions that was. They'd asked to actually move him to a seasonal position and, just disagreements with how they wanted to go about that, so that person left and we have not replaced them. So the contracts we did, we worked with Summit County for several years. We went out and sprayed for weeds in the last year and a half.
I mean, that weed control line item, when we had an in-house team was. I don't know if I ever approved a budget with it on there, but it was in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, correct?
Yeah, it was closer to 200 and I think it was 240.
Wow, with salaries.
Yeah, we had a full salaried manager with an office in house. And then between conferences and trainings, they would put on 3 to 4 spray technicians in the summer months and run that basically from May or June till September, and then those seasonal people would leave, and Ted Brown was the manager at the time.
So I mean. Adjusting for inflation, you're looking at that being 360 to 400 at this point.
And is that a state mandated requirement that we do?
We are. Well, maybe not, I'm sorry, that's probably.
To some months though, I believe it is. And not all the counties in Colorado are able to afford that, so it's kind of all over the board. I, in my road supervisor position, am also the weed management person on staff. I don't participate in a lot of the conferences, traveling to them, but I do online quite a bit. And, I think moving forward, just looking at contracts, we were able to share space with, Summit County was great, first couple of years when they had a full staff as well. Our county and Summit County also does some work for CDOT on state right away. I know Ted was doing that mainly with, the clematis and some of the stuff that we're now seeing to
It's out of
come
control.
out again, yes. But there are, I've got a pretty good list of companies at the Front Range that we need to just start reaching out to and seeing if we can set up long-term contracts or annual contracts to get back on track with some of the, mainly just the right of way, I believe, and then the trailheads, the recreational areas that we're creating like Floyd Hill and whatnot, could all be work in the future too. That number, that 50,000 is mainly just a space holder for that contract. We were able to keep that in the, I think the first year that Summit County came over, they sprayed just one time, but did all of our roads in the road system that are maintained. And that cost $30,000. They were able to come do it twice the following 2 years, and that $50,000 price was about, they kept us in line for that. So it's a idea of kind of what that may cost moving forward, but that's why that line item just pointed out in the budget for you guys.
Thank you. And like, just so that you guys know what that means, what this approach means we're not doing. Is you might remember some of our constituents in Idaho Springs talking about an outbreak of, what was that? Hemlock? It was hemlock. Yeah, on the hill. And hemlock is a plant that like, this hemlock, like. You need to handle it very carefully, right? Like if you just go brush your arms around it, it's, well,
Poison.
Yeah, it's very irritating.
yeah, hemlock is famous from, who is that philosopher?
Dr. Please.
So like, when that event happened, I think it ended up being
there.
Public Works team,
Yes.
kind of other folks trying to help advise the community about what to do. And it was kind of a big deal, so I just wanna make sure you both have that context of something that we're not really able to do well, as of right now, and Peter would probably tell us that the statutory requirement to do weed maintenance is pretty ill-defined.
It is ill-defined, but it is required.
Yes.
Yeah. And you have to have a weed officer. So,
Okay, let's move, sorry, so I got excited about weed, you can tell I had a rant on my mind. What else do you have? Or should we just jump into questions on everything?
If you'd like, I can note just on our lease payments there that we've added that in just to cover the existing lease payments. Again, this is a cost that's split between summer and winter operations. We've got some existing lease to purchase agreements in place for a couple of the big orange snowplows as well as the water truck. And then the additional request that's built into the line items there are for the replacement of one of our admin vehicles, the purchase or the lease of 2 of the pickup truck size snowplows. And we've got 2 of the larger expenses are 2 graders that we would replace some of these aging graders that we have with 2 new motor graders. And then these costs are going to be similar as we go down into snow and ice removal, again on salaries and wages. Again, that's you see that adjustment there where we transferred some of that cost from the summer operations so that we could see that in the winter operations. And then similar on the gas and oil line item, fuel there, we just asked for the $60,000 in that category. And then anything else that you would like to touch on? We're happy to speak to any of these other line items or the ones that we've looked at.
Help me understand the big picture of this fund. When I add up the expenses from the 3 categories within road and bridge, I come to about 7.7 million. When I look at FY 26 proposed expenses from the proposed budget, I see 9.4. Can you help me understand? Is my arithmetic off? What has changed between what was proposed in our proposed budget? And
I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, Stoy, when we had our meeting with, I'm sorry, Rachel. The capital construction was in 2 spots and was a 3.9 number. So in the proposed, you'll see it. Where did we have it?
It's a condition.
So we had it in construction and then it seemed like it was in a second place in here.
Yeah, it was in capital construction, it was also in. Right here.
okay, so that's good enough for me. And so what we're talking about, what's posed to us today is spends that fund down by how much?
600, to the summary here. It reduces the overspend by. Sorry. Difficulties around. 900,000.
Number.
Yes, the 688 number.
Okay. I know like this fund is designed to, because it has huge capital investments like what we just did on Fall River in it. It's designed to build fund balance for a couple of years and then fund a huge project. So are we funding a huge project next year, or are we like, does this budget keep us on track for the way that we tried to design this?
So
Yes,
That road list and the IPs that we put out.
And all those are inside of those costs, right?
Correct.
Yes,
Okay.
it's a portion of Witter Gulch, Golden Willow is on that list.
It's all 4 of those key areas plus that report we pulled out.
Yeah, maybe to ask a different way, are we on track? When we did our 10-year, our maintenance projections for paved roads? Are we on track? Are we keeping up or do we have a problem to solve here?
So we are keeping up with the pavement maintenance plan to maintain the current state of our paved roads. Where we are starting to fall behind is in some other areas of improvements that we would like to see, such as some safety and drainage and flood control improvements. We're seeing a lot of problems with erosion that's really increasing our maintenance costs. We're having trouble with some of our roads where we don't have adequate turnaround areas, and creates a condition where our operators have to back up a road in order to plow the snow out of it, and some flooding conditions that we've noted. And so in those areas, we are not properly funded for, and that's where we'll see some activity in the future where we will look to other funding sources such as grants so that we can fund some of these larger projects that are not currently funded through the pavement maintenance plan.
I think that all of the anticipated increases from, was that Senate Bill 260? Those are all now in HETF, right? Like we don't have, there's not like upside on HETF moving forward, is there?
Not that I'm aware of. Unless you-
That was a couple of years ago, but there was some new fees and some of that revenue went into HETF.
You give me something.
Yes.
Highway users. Perhaps. Thank you.
There's a revenue line item for it.
It comes up on my screen as HGTF, but there's.
So we think, when I look, we netted locally
Around 250,000 new dollars from that Senate bill. So
That's
as I look at 22 to 26. Yeah. Now.
And you're just
Now,
now, you,
actually, it's only 160. Yeah, I'm looking at the HGTF one. Okay. Any other questions, colleagues, on this one, or are we moving to?
Assessor.
Yeah, she got it.
I didn't go into Philip.
This is. This is not a question, this is just a comment. I continue to hear a lot about service levels on maintained roads. And I continue to want to be able to understand this problem at a high level in a way that I don't. And so I've asked in the past some specific questions around like, well, how many lane miles are you talking about? And I just, as one commissioner, would like to ask that we continue to try to wrap our heads around that problem and at least be able to understand and communicate to the public about, you know, what it actually looks like to try to expand. We're obviously not in a position to expand service levels on unmaintained roads. But I would like us to be able to wrap our heads around that as a board. You would both agree.
I have a legal question. In the property description, when somebody buys their property, does it clearly identify the road as an unmaintained road? Or do they think, oh, it's county road, it must be maintained?
Wouldn't be at all in the lease description.
Just some stats on that, just to level set since you asked, it's about 150 miles. Secondary non-maintained roads and about 50 miles. So that's why. Only it's a very large amount of homes for not a ton of addresses. So, that's kind of the scale of the problem. There's a lot of them. And road and bridge, correct me if I'm wrong, is that sound right too? That's what I got from that a while ago.
Yeah, from our road list.
Yeah.
Then I have a question for the assessor. When you assess a property, it is the value, you know, affected by whether or not it's on a maintained versus unmaintained road? I can't remember.
It depends. It just depends on the sales that are occurring. So if the sales that occurred during our assessment period are maintained roads, then that would impact those that are maintained. If it puts a value on them, it might not necessarily put a value on maintained road. But then we could change it based on the location. So is it a good location, average location, or fair location?
So a fair location might have an unmaintained.
That's correct.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry. Let me correct the record. Is 15% of our residential units are on secondary and unmaintained roads,
Not 50 homes.
not 15 homes, 50%. Which is about 716 to 800, typically that's not bad.
Are you saying 50 or 15?
15%
15, thank you.
of our residential units in unincorporated are on secondary and non-maintained roads. But yes, almost 3 times the mileage.
And it's still 150 miles.
Yeah,
And then what does 15% translate to?
about 700 to 800.
Oh, wow.
Well, those are the things that I just am planting seeds that I think. Trying to have a systematic approach to understanding what, if any, services are provided on non-maintained roads. In a way that's applied consistently and strategically. Is I think the missing element, and I always use budget season to make operational comments, and maybe that's inappropriate. But that's an outstanding thing that I would love to see this organization continue to try to improve on.
Well, okay, then the counter argument. Is when people come and protest their valuation of their homes. If we are reducing the assessment of the home because they're on unmaintained roads. Then they are paying less in taxes, correct? Typically, okay. So when people start complaining, it's like, well, you know, for years, you've been paying less in taxes. Because the county doesn't maintain. Oh, so.
That's true, I think, for secondary non-maintained that are not part of HOAs. Because there are non-public roads, Lloydville.
Oh, completely non-public.
Yes, that are
Non-county roads.
paved, and that is not usually in the assessed value adjustment because they're on private roads.
Okay, well, I'm not worried about private roads, they already know they're on a
Yeah.
private road, right? I'm concerned about people who are like, how come you're not maintaining my road? And like, well, we're also not taxing you for maintaining your road.
Yeah, this is not a push for me for, let's go expand the list of roads.
We can't afford it.
This is me struggling with, spent 7 years hearing from people, well, my road's not maintained, but you know, there is the sand barrel, and I do think the county pulls it up. And then there's other roads where they're like, there is no sand barrel. But you know, sometimes when I make a phone call, I do get service up here, and other times I don't, and who do they know that they get service? Right, and so like what we need, I think, is to identify a level of service, whether it's filling a sand barrel. Is it periodic culvert replacement? Is there anything? And we need to figure out how to apply that consistently across the county in a way that we can communicate with them, because that's where, like, when I'm out talking to people on unmaintained roads, I don't have great answers.
Yeah, and I think we are really overdue for a consistent road maintenance policy for both secondary maintained and secondary. Because the variability in our road quality on the secondary front, especially on asphalt, is so insane that we really do have. And that we need to really look, I think we've done a great job at the pavement. We need to do a better job of having a policy behind every like dirt road too, because there is some variability there.
So anyway, that's not to be trying to beat anybody up, but that's to explain a little bit more. What I'm looking for is just like a clear policy that we can communicate, a one pager, oh, you're on a non-maintained road, you've got questions.
here's one pager. This is what you can count on, and what you can't. And, Welsh, road and bridge. I think we're good. We're good. Okay, so we just know, Carl, this is your last budget interrogation?
Smile.
I think we have several planned out in the next several weeks, don't we?
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, probably last time you have to hear me rant about service levels on unmaintained roads, and so congratulations.
Fair enough.
Wouldn't you? Okay. It says break, we do have the assessor here, should we just move to assessor?
Right.
So this begins the section of the day where there are teams whose proposed budgets were not, there have not been revisions. But gives you an opportunity to ask them questions, what's within their budget and if there's anything outstanding.
Yeah, we'll try to get through.
Thank you all.
And then take a longer break than what we just had. Do we have everybody? I see. IT, Bolton's doing IT, I think, right?
Correct.
Yes. Okay. All the commissioners.
He just stepped out, obviously.
Are we prepared, assessor?
I am prepared.
Okay. Let's proceed.
Hey. So, my budget's very minimal for expenses besides the salaries. It's my expenses, which include, some office supplies, postage, ads and legal notices. And our dues and registrations is only $9,825. Then we have our software contract for our CAMA system, which works in conjunction with the clerk and recorder, myself, and then the treasurer. So that system we have to have in place. And then the remainder is just our salaries and, employee benefit costs. We have 2 licensed appraisers, which are required to be licensed. 1 assessor, 0.5 property tech, mail tech. We took on a mail position, the mail duties in the assessor's office. And then we're requesting to reinstate the appraiser trainee that retired in May of 2025. We do have statutory jobs that we have to do, and by DPT that tells us we have to do these steps, and we need that 3rd person to do that job according to the DPT.
Is that like? I'm trying to map to how it works in finance, like division of duties, like you needed to accomplish the workload or?
That's correct, that's correct.
Just to accomplish the work.
Yeah, and that's important. We have to follow the Department of Property Taxation's guidelines on how we perform our jobs. And we need that position to do that.
To have like, to,
We need 3 property transfer or 3 licensed appraisers. We wanna hire a trainee because they provide training at a minimum cost for us to get our license.
So that was good baked into her budget from request all the way over and into the workshop.
Thank you, Rachel.
Donna also, last year had staff, we'd under budgeted the staffing that were retiring. And then she's brought them back in. And that licensing as well is reflected in there. So it's not an expansion of staffing so much as it's
Reinstate.
reinstatement and then at the same time, higher pay.
And a trainee will not make as much as the licensed, I believe. I think it's at a little lower of a salary. Until they are licensed.
Carolyn, like the training is not the same grade as the license.
This, I'm looking at your staffing analysis, Bolton, that you conducted. It lists 3.9 FTEs, that is, so if we pass the budget this year, it will be.
I think it's the same. Rachel, is that right? Cause it was a retiree and then a reinstatement, right?
that FTE reduction didn't happen until midway through 25.
And we didn't actually reduce her FTE, we just cut the dollar amount. So her FTE
Right.
is remained the same.
Because you start, when we do the budget, look, it's a snapshot in time of what's authorized at the beginning of January. And that person is still on the books. So, so. You know. I think the staffing analysis shows that we're fairly leanly staffed there for how many parcels we have. It's partly the mining claims issues are. Much more complicated than having huge tracts of ranches and stuff like in Park County, which would be great.
And then we also have personal properties, state assessed, commercial, which I do. The appraisers are just residential. And vacant land.
College questions for me?
I don't think so.
Any direction you want to give, or are we just moving forward with what's proposed?
No, it was very informative of going through the Board of Equalization process this summer, so thank you for that.
I am tempted to ask you to survive for one more year without that position, or feel that.
I cannot. I can't, we are required to go and look at every sale that's a qualified valid sale. I'm not doing that for Evergreen right now. I can't do it. I don't have the staff. And that's required by the DCT.
And we need those evergreen sales.
We need those evergreen
Evergreen
sales.
sales, we've gone up a lot in the past year.
Yes. And we gotta then go through reassessment too, and we won't be able to get through reassessment. And right now, we're in the sales verification process.
Yeah, this is her low year as opposed to next year where the reassessment is the high volume that you'll see.
Yeah, so we'll still do verification of sales, plus have to do reassessment.
Okay, thank you. I like throwing it out there.
No,
I
I appreciate
your
that.
response. I know that even with that FTE, you appear to be almost twice as efficient in terms of
Yes.
parcels per FTE as all of our comparator counties. And so I'm not trying to accuse you.
Oh, yeah, no, and that's because I've been doing the additional work, because I'm working more than 40 hours a week. The staff is working 32 hours, I'm picking up that load. And making a decision what needs to absolutely be done.
Thank you. Okay, well, I don't hear anybody else offering any direction, so saw me sort of, but I'm getting off of that, I'm good.
So your people are still at 32 hours?
They're at 32 hours,
Would
and then
it
I'm
be better off to bump them up to 40 than to?
You haven't,
I wouldn't wanna do it this year, for next year. See how we can get through the sales verification process, cause we're every 2 years. So our jobs go for 2 years. So we start with reassessment, well, we start with the sales verification process. And then we go through the reassessment based on those sales. So we're 2 years, we don't do the same thing for a year and then a year.
Right. What do you think about that, Fulton?
I have been relying, we have been making the 32-hour work week. A decision by the position discussion. You could potentially make the argument that if you jump your 3 up to 40, they might have time, but that's still only 20 something hours as opposed to 32. Plus it would depend on their, how much their comp would cost to get them to 40. Carolyn.
I'm trying to get my computer to. My new computer's not here yet, so.
I'm just wondering, because that's one less person paying all the benefits too.
It's definitely a possibility, but you generally see, you know, it's not quite that linear, right? If you add on an extra 2 hours a day, right, to someone's workload. Someone gets sick, you're still understaffed, you don't have that like replacement resiliency, because you're just adding hours. If she genuinely needs 32, then whatever that is, 3 times 8. 16, 24.
And your group is very happy with 32 too.
There, that's why I've been taking us, because I'm required by statute and DPT to work 40 hours.
Right.
Statute requires you to work 40 hours.
Is it statute or I think it's just DPT?
Of, for the assessor's office?
Yeah, the state requires it, not statute.
Yeah, no, it's not statutory.
Okay, but the DPT requires it.
You clock in, you clock out.
No, I do it because I generally care about this county and my team.
What's a DPT stand for?
Department of Property Taxation. They put together all our policies and our procedures. And I do have it uploaded on the R drive for our processes. We were all supposed to upload our job requirements, so it's out there on our drive. If you're ever interested in it.
Thank you. I wanna encourage us to keep an eye on this board. This is the assessor's office. I know we use software called Tyler right now, right?
Yes.
Is that? Where does that rank? I know there's a couple different, is this like high efficiency software? Is this low efficiency?
I would
software?
not have made it, or any other assessor who doesn't use Tyler, do these statutory changes with the Senate bills for 23 and 24, and the House bill requirement that's hitting us for next year, we would not have gotten through that.
Isn't it like 60 of 64 counties use Tyler?
I think 32, about half. And I know a lot of those counties that didn't have Tyler struggled. So, and my system, like I said, the clerk communicates to my system, that communicates down to the treasurer. So they all work together.
What I wanna encourage us to continue to keep our eye on is, how it looks next cycle. If we don't see the kind of growth we saw, are we permanently in like a protest heavy environment? Was that a one-time spike? How does that affect staffing moving forward? How does that affect the need to try to lean even more into digital tools?
I got an answer.
That's what I had.
So we've been seeing that trend over the last 4 years. And I know Jolene's leaving, she's gonna be retiring next assessment period. She's here 10 years, so she's getting that high PTO time. So we're gonna be short understaffed for the next 2 years if we don't fill this position because she's leaving. Our other employees been there for 5 years, so they do have the PTO and the sick time to take off, and then I'm having to work and not use PTO. So I can cover the office.
Thank you. It is. I definitely see you a lot.
Yeah.
Really fast, and yours is one of the offices that I get to see, and I don't have the sense when I walk by that you guys are, enjoying extra time.
Well, thank you, yeah, that is true.
Anything else? Human resources, Carolyn.
Thank you. So, my budget's pretty simple and nothing has changed from our initial workshop where the only ask I have is moving the HR specialist to 40 hours and then paying with that move. And again, the reasons are simply because the volume of turnover that we have and our original attempt to push some of the duties back to hiring managers was not successful. And so the HR specialist is currently at an inflated hourly rate at 32 hours and is consistently working over 32 because the position demands it. We can't just not move forward with the interviews and hires and meetings and safety things that she's dealing with. So that's my only request.
So the request is for one more FTE?
No, it's just to restore our HR specialist back to 40 hours. The rest of the team the HR analyst and the generalist are still at 32. And it's baked into the numbers that you're. Wow. Yeah, so it's not a change from what you saw, it's just.
How does that
reminding you that
reflect
was
the hourly pay?
What's that?
How does that reflect the hourly pay from 32 to 40?
So right now, this position is at an inflated hourly rate, the hourly rate would go down, but the hours would go up, so, and even with paying comp, it would be about a $10,000 difference. However, actually, it would probably be less simply because she's currently working more than 32 because she needs to, and she's doing it at an inflated hourly rate, so it wouldn't actually.
And she's okay with that?
No, she's frustrated. About that.
No, like paying her up to 40 hours.
Oh, no, yeah, she's good
Even
at
though
that. She's
the
frustrated
salary-
now with the feeling compelled to leave after 32, knowing the work's not done.
And so this is where we think the cost of that shift is around 60,000 a year is what it looks like when I see, oh no, it's COLA's in it.
COLA's in there,
Betterment.
and benefits have gone up.
And our switch to Paylocity, our software contract.
So, okay.
I will say for the board, just from my perspective, HR does a lot for hiring managers particularly. Even at Denver, HR did not do as much as this group, so this group is very good at handling things that would then fall on directors that are also understaffed, right? So they do save a lot of time in the hiring process and giving our turnover rate. I think that's really important that we don't shift too much of that on the managers and keep HR whole, because those hours will be made up somewhere else.
And the professionalism, not to say our directors aren't professional, but that's not their area of expertise. That's not where they specialize, so they're not gonna do it with the level of professionalism that we do. And that translates into employee experience and candidate experience. And those things matter to an organization that's so lean and really struggles to attract high quality talent.
First impressions matter.
Convincing people to come up the hill is hard, and that first contact is important.
Well, colleagues, we got to experience the services of the HR team a couple times this evening. As one person, I'd say, if I had to pass along that compliment, it was very, very helpful. Any other questions, anything that's on your mind, direction you want to give about how to change this?
No, it's pretty straightforward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
County attorney, welcome to the hot seat.
Yeah. It's freezing. I wish it was hotter.
I was wondering the people that I've been taking my coat off and putting it on, and just the people sitting here.
Yeah,
are they not?
getting progressively like worse. I'm like, I'm sure it's gonna stay.
It's getting cold.
But my
Just
coffee's
sitting here.
supposed to be here at 11:55, so no worries.
There's a mic, so you can do that.
Uh-huh.
So what they.
I'm just like, I wanna get through this day so that I'm like, please, let me be right, let me be right, let George be wrong, let George be wrong.
You should have had to pick you up lunch at that point.
I know, right? And so I'm like, okay, so our budget. It's fairly static from last year. We've gone up around 20,000, but. The reality is we haven't spent most of what our budget was last year because we haven't brought on an assistant county attorney yet. That assistant county attorney is starting November 24th, so. The budget numbers in terms of salary and wages and employee benefits. Are likely going to be closer to what's in this current budget. You'll see, we don't put in the salary and wages or the employee benefits costs, but finance does. That's the amount. It looks like it went up about 20,000, and I think that's taking into consideration, well, I know it's taking into consideration the COLA, but also I believe it was factored in that the comp plan for like my wages, for example, did we make room for that? I thought you all asked, meaning finance had asked for that to be included. We did not make that request. That's presuming that there's an increase in my salary. We've set now the salary for the assistant county attorney, and Nanette is going to go from 32 hours up to 40. We definitely needed Nanette to move back up to 40. She's managed to get the job done. She's never gone into overtime this year, but she has had to exceed 32 hours at the comp rate that she's currently at. So this will bring her back up.
Plus she'll have another attorney telling her what to do.
she is going to have another attorney that's gonna be working with her for sure. So that's part of it. I do think there's some adjustments as we went through this, but we haven't circled back with Rachel on this. On operating supplies, we consistently every year ask for 3,000, but we also consistently do not meet that. These are minor reductions, but I know overall they can add up bit by bit. So that's actually, that number, we'd like to go down to 1,000. It's just a $2,000 savings, but it's something. The postage remains the same, although we did manage to reduce our library and publication. We no longer receive any hard documents except for our rule books that are provided. Other than that, everything is electronic, digital, online. And we switched from Westlaw to Lexis, which brought us a savings of about, what, $9,000?
Wow.
At least, yeah. So that's the same. Our dues and registrations, we similarly do not ever meet that, what we typically ask. This year, we had asked for 7,000 like last year, keeping in mind that we'll have the assistant county attorney on board. Generally speaking, the only conference I go to every year is the County Attorneys Association Conference. Nanette, I think, Nanette, did you do one, you did one last year? Did you, but it was online or was it?
It was the online training, yeah.
Okay, I think it's reasonable that we could also cut that down to 5,000. The reality is that I'm also a member of the International Municipal Attorneys League, and I avoid going out of state for conferences unless they're truly relevant. At this point, there's nothing that's made me want to go. I know other county attorneys, some do, but I'd like to leave that, put that at 5,000 at least. And then professional services, you'll see we're already close to, we're not gonna exceed what we have in the budget, which is 25 from 2025. We likely are gonna come close to that based on some transportation team, some work, some environmental that Becky Ullman was doing. But we did reduce it anyway, down 15,000 from 25, and part of the reason is because we'll have the assistant county attorney on board, and my hope is that we won't have the need for many outside professional services unless they're niche areas that we want a true subject matter expert to handle. And then the same thing, travel and substance, I was referring to our travel on that we would leave at 5,000. As you can see, we typically don't get close to that, but I want to see what happens with the assistant county attorney.
Do you all have to pay malpractice insurance?
No, we are actually covered as a public entity, and then CTSI has us through its umbrella coverage, so we're good with that.
Big savings.
Yeah, and the dues and registrations, typically, as you can see, we've only done about maybe 3,000 a year for the most part with the new ACA. I'm just not sure what she'll belong to, so we'll leave it at that.
Other questions?
I do not have any questions.
DHS, I know it has, because they don't, for litigation, they use a contract.
I'm sorry.
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 Go ahead.
No, we were talking about some of the supplies and things that we may need when the new ACA is on board, but I think we're covered in our operating supplies. So what were you asking? Sorry.
Contract attorneys, DHS, do those costs appear here, or do they appear in the DHS budget?
They appear in the DHS budget. We are responsible, they are technically special county attorneys. But the budget is fortunately in the human services. And 80% of their salaries are paid. Not salaries, but their fees.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think I have anything else.
Okay.
Anybody, yeah, okay, did you have anything?
No,
Sorry.
no.
I dragged that in here,
No,
but
you're good. Thank you.
Information technology.
are you going to your? No. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
You know, Peter, by the time that copy gets here, I'm gonna ask you for it.
Whatever. Be here by 3, I'm sure.
You'll be sitting here waiting.
I know. I am not until then.
So IT, you're gonna see a lean down from us a little bit compared to what happened this last year. We had um. Budget wasn't enough to cover the server failures that we had. The board has been briefed on that previously, but we're gonna go from about. Can you go over the columns?
Yep.
Columns that,
It's me in Zoom fighting. There.
yeah, from our adopted down about, can you go to the bottom? I think it's 100,000.
But it's this.
Oh, it's okay.
Hold on, I'm trying to make it smaller.
Yeah, about a $200,000 savings or $150,000. We are basically going to eliminate the IT director position, move to the Axiom contract, which has its own line item. We are reducing some of our outside services and our capital needs. We obviously still have capital needs that are on the list, but they're not included in here. The general fund budgets are different in that the capital requests are not line itemed in the divisions like they are in road and bridge and ambulance fund, because those are independent funds. So, last year we got $50,000 for capital. We have, instead of having a generalized capital line item, we have the itemized budgets that are on the CIP list. And then we're expecting to reduce our operating expenses by about $150,000. We're hoping to. Having said that, we're very lean on our operating equipment side. So if we do have room in the budget for those $20,000 for the computers, that would be helpful. But I think I've made my position clear on that. Yeah, we can make do piecemealing computers together. That is going to require people to be frustrated, computers not to work very well. We can make do, and it's cardiac monitors or that, I'm gonna take the cardiac monitors, right? So it's a line item in the capital. For the most part, we are trying to pare down the year-over-year expenses and run leaner in IT.
Okay, so, but you're still gonna move from the, you know. Cadillac, everything that's expensive.
That's all on the capital side. On the operating budget side, which is here, we are still trying to pare down some of those costs. As we operate a more efficient system. We don't need as many tapes, we don't need as many switches and random things. However, I still feel like this budget is still fairly light on actual computers for people. Having said that, this year we've made the decision to make that a capital line item request.
So we've got 2025 estimated. I see outside services $424,000. That includes contract service.
That includes Axiom, but it also includes the outside services payments for getting the servers replaced, which we won't incur this year. There's a huge migration cost that goes into that we had to pay. And so we won't expect those, we won't expect the software line to be nearly as expensive because we had to buy software for the servers. And all those kind of things, so those things should come back down to a normal operating amount after last year. Because we replaced basically entire architecture in 1 year, because it failed. So we are on a more stable footing, and you will see those requests at life cycle on the CIP lists in front of you rather than buried in line items. So you know distinctly when IT is making architecture expenses versus operating expenses.
Okay, so we're looking at, this is for the public, this is the story of how you're saving around $150,000 between what we adopted last year and what we proposed this year. Is this all of the Axiom outside services, or does Axiom contracts for like the sheriff's office appear with that?
No, this is the entire thing. This is for their management of our IT department, basically. So the help desks, the day-to-day. If we are asking them to do special projects, those will be a line item individually, right? So that their contract does not cover, say,
we wanna build this brand new process, right? That would be bid out either through them or through someone else for those services outside of just normal day-to-day operations. Now, what that $300,000 is buying you is a much deeper bench than we can afford with the IT director and a much more resilient help desk that can cover if we have FTEs out, things like that. Plus a lot more expertise in very nuanced tech systems like firewalls, network connections, things like that, that we would normally have to then contract out again to do that on top of the IT person's budget. So they are more expensive than a single director, but they offer way more services that we'd have to pay for anyway, included in that project.
Other questions about IT?
We're not doing very good about taking stuff out though.
I will say this one is down.
Everything is like stripped down.
This one is lean. I mean, if we have some kind of critical failure, we will be back in front of the board. This budget has very little ability to absorb any kind of crisis, but we feel less threatened by that than we have traditionally because our architecture is way leaner and way newer now.
The other, you're using leasing
Yeah,
as well, which is in the capital plan, and
Yeah.
it's more robust service at a cheaper price outside of the operation itself, so it covers all.
yeah.
So when we start leasing, the laptops and stuff, what is that gonna do to the IT people as far as like the time that they've spent rebuilding all of our stuff, once that has rolled out enough?
We're hoping that that will reduce the time they spend messing with computers, with laptops and get to more things that we haven't really done very well in keeping up with, like the panic buttons, like the door triggering systems, like these more fundamental IT issues that we're right now just triaging. Because we're triaging the laptops right now, because they fail at a crazy rate. Again, we buy other people's discarded laptops. Right, because that's what we can afford. And so the trade-off of that is that we have spent a lot more time fixing them,
Right.
you know? And I think every single person in this room has had failures with their laptop at a pretty consistent basis, right? And that's just part of the nature of how we're that laptop issue. But again, I as the interim county manager have a perspective that we have a lot of departments in that situation, right? So I can come up here and, you know, say it's a huge problem, and it is, but we have a lot of that situation everywhere with vehicles, with graders, with trucks, with buses, with everything. So, IT's in the same boat.
Just to help on that leasing of those pieces of equipment, that return of replacements goes into it as well. So it's not just an outright purchase and then we walk away. That intention is to have not only the software support, but also that replacement scheduled in within that leasing program. So we're not having to, just like you would with a car, you lease a car, you get the equipment at the end, that's the structure we have. We're replacing all along the way.
We're keeping the computer's own life cycle.
Is there an org chart in the proposed 2026 budget?
The one we have right now.
We have the one right now. I think with the county manager transition, we want to bring the org chart back particularly specifically because we haven't officially made some of the moves that were agreed to under the former county manager yet. And I believe that was direction I got from you guys to hold off on that until we formalized some of those moves. But right now, IT is reporting to the old deputy position. I think when we get to internal services and some other these departments, we will have those conversations about how that could change if certain FTE grants are made. Requests are agreed to by the board, then we could potentially see some shifting.
But yeah, that's, I mean, the question behind the question is who will they report to? As of right now, the next person in the hierarchy, the next filled position is the interim county manager, correct?
Yeah, right now they're still reporting to me. Look forward to having that conversation moving forward. Any other questions about the IT budget?
No.
Any requests for vote direction?
Your other question.
I just have a question, but when you're done. I just, there was some discussion about, and maybe I missed this, about backing out, some of the costs that IT has now to the individual divisions. So it didn't, that's not something we factored in this year. Is that the intent to change that next year?
I think the easiest way to do that was if we can get a huge commitment to leasing, so then we can start moving the monthly costs out of the IT budget into the divisional budget, so the board can more clearly see where the employee-based costs of IT are sitting. The issue with it being consolidated, there's good and bad, right? The advantage of consolidation is that you have a single division, a single, decision point, a control point on IT expenses. The issue is that creates a lot of tension with other divisions if there's disagreement. Secondarily, the board doesn't see in that number which department is contributing to these line items the most, right? There are very tech heavy divisions like the sheriff's office, and there are very lean tech, environments like the county attorney, right? So so the goal would be to, if we can get on, the issue though is when you're talking about replacing equipment, right? If a division only has 6 employees, there might be a year where they don't have to replace any computers. And then the next year they're gonna replace 6, so their budget number is gonna go from 0 to 6,000 to 0 to 6,000. Randomly, if you have leasing, you can just say, this is your monthly cost for your computer every year, and so it's very easy for the board to see year over year where. Tech liability is increasing on a monthly basis or a yearly basis, as opposed to where it's just like a blip. Because there was a lot of replacements ran up that year. And that would be the goal for the 27 budget, is to dissolve that number. But then if we code it correctly in whatever software we have, we can still tell for the total IT liability, but they'll be able to see the distributed costs in all the different budgets on who requires the most support from IT. So this is one way to do it. This is not my preferred, because we don't have as much transparency here, as far as where the costs are being incurred, where the effort is being incurred, where the liability is.
I guess I do have another question. What is it of employee appreciation?
That should be kind of measure.
Oh, that is, you're right.
Yeah.
I'm already moved on.
See my face.
Ready? Yes.
Well, we went through that, offer colleagues. I think moving forward, you are always gonna wanna see what the total IT spend is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please, you're just not gonna wanna let go of that. I assume some board in the past let go of that. And that's why we saw that tapeworm grow to the extent it had, and this was the only way we got to start to ask specific questions. And understand the implications of an inflated architecture. And that's kind of the other goal here, is so that IT's budget will represent largely the architecture expenses, like the baseline expenses. Separate from the divisional expenses, so having it leveled out across the divisions, but keeping IT for things like servers, firewalls, all the architectural, like countywide. Delivery will be able to see, this is the architecture, these are the divisional expenses, because just theoretically. If you just decided to add 10 FTEs, under the current model, it would look like the IT department's budget went up, but it had nothing to do with anything IT did, right? So this way, you're able to separate the two decisions, and you can see the effect clearly based on both. So we'll definitely make sure that when we make this transition to flattening it out, we'll have a way to easily consolidate it all. But also you can see the individual departmental impacts or divisional impacts.
Let's take Jody's advice. Let's move on. Like, just follow Jody's leadership, county manager's office.
I'm always like that. I'm just like. Trying to keep busy here. Go ahead, Chloe.
So this one is
The top is y'all's, wait,
Yeah, I'm not trying, sorry.
Yeah,
Move
sorry.
fast. I'm gonna move over some of the stuff in my windows here. This is, can we do the commissioners right now?
that might
Is
be
that
easier.
finance? There's some.
Yeah, so let's do the commissioners right now too, if you guys don't mind to move the y'alls.
Let's do county manager, then commissioner, then let's do a little break, and then we'll come back and wrap it up with finance. Does that sound
Okay,
good?
because there's a lot of centralized charges when you talk about finance.
Yeah.
So
Let's
scroll up.
see if I can get this. No. Just. Okay, struggle is grit, struggle is grit.
I know,
Oh,
right?
yay. All right.
Okay.
So we largely kept. County manager flat. I will say there will be potentially a variance in the salary number as that hiring. Decision gets made, maybe not. It just depends on that contract. So we're just keeping it flat. We want to keep, I would like to keep the employee appreciation thing level, but move that to 2 events a year as opposed to 1. I think that's a really good way to show employees that we appreciate the hustle and everything that goes on over here and being crazy lean and. All the unique things that we deal with in this organization being so small without it being too costly. And then we're gonna reduce the travel, pretty substantially. I'm just big on setting a tone. I don't love the optics of the county manager traveling for conferences when other divisions can't afford to do that, so we will be taking that online or local and not trying to save money there. And then the rest of it is largely, it's really salaries. That's the budget here, right? We did save some money on some positional changes that were made mid this year. But again, the biggest variance we're gonna have going forward is just that salary number for the county manager.
I'm a little confused about how. This estimated number is so low, 2025 estimated.
That would be best salary.
Because Beth's salary was this county manager's office, right? So in the county manager's office is the manager, the deputy, PIO was there. And assistant. Or clerk of the board. That's it?
Yeah.
And it's actually back to the 2023 actual.
Yeah, because of the. Downgrading of that position plus, well, I think, well, I wanna, anyway, there's been a lot of turnover in that department, so that's partly why you're seeing that number so low right now. We don't expect that to be the case if we have staff.
So for the public. That thought we were paying out all these ridiculous amounts currently. We actually didn't fill a lot of positions for quite a while.
Yeah, it's the long turnover, the vacancy savings is pretty acute when you have fairly high salaries and very low. Like population count in the office. Plus, you know, we.
So this was September, so this is spending
Yeah, that
through
was,
September. Divide it out and then multiply by 12, so the math.
yeah, so that might be a little low. That estimated might be a little low considering the
Since we haven't
refill.
hired a position yet.
Yeah, but again, we're really focused. The salaries are not. When you have low FTE counts and higher salaries, the salary number is very volatile depending on your vacancy. As a ratio to the total impact on its budget. So again, we generally, that's why it's difficult to do, fixed vacancy savings ratios in small divisions, right? Because one year you're gonna miss it completely and the other one you're gonna underperform, so we haven't gone to that model yet. We do think there's traction there in the 27 budget, particularly when we have time to work on it. But that's a good example of how that can work and how vacancy savings can be realized. Yeah.
There was something else was missing, last week.
you mind if I ask a question? So for those of us that just have come on this year, the ARPA grant expense, can you explain that?
It was held in the county manager's budget. That was a previous decision. I don't really know why. I would have held it in finance, but it expired last year and we took the balance and hit it towards the general fund.
And that was from COVID?
Yes. And I will give this county credit. I have been doing a little bit of talking to other counties. And one of the biggest challenges they're having going into this year's bid is getting kind of a draw. And this county made a decision to really use that to give back to businesses, and the county budget was never very exposed to the ARPA loss. And when we get it back to revenue, that obviously helped. So we're not having to deal with that on top of the revenue turned down.
But would you go back to the screen above this one?
These ones are the commissioners.
That's the commissioner's budget.
Oh, okay, then go down. I thought I saw a ridiculous budget for the county manager for travel.
I thought it was pretty high previously. We brought it from 5,000 to 1.
Oh, okay, no, I thought I saw a $58,000 something of it.
No, that is in y'all's budget.
Oh,
For dues.
oh, that's us, okay,
That was artificially reduced, so that's a conversation I would like to have with y'all
Sure.
in this meeting, because when we went back to expenses, a lot of your CCI, CTSI. 570 coalition dues come late and they weren't in here, so when the sweep was made to bring everything back to expenses, I think that got overcut.
okay.
Cause your actuals are fairly high, but
So sticking with your budget,
yeah,
postage. What's going on, is postage moving somewhere else or?
we generally, I think. Traditionally, Beth had handled a lot of that in that budget, and we don't need to. I like to put that where it was actually done.
So it's not that we're mailing less, it's that
It's
we're.
that we're sending it to the places where the work is being done. The county manager's office doesn't traditionally. Do a lot of mailings directly from our office. It's planning or it's building or it's road and bridge or y'all's budget.
Just as a general comment. I see a line item with a. Huge value add and having a separate line item.
No, but these are just fixed in Springbrook. All divisions have a lot of these unified line items. We can build. I hear you.
We're gonna be dealing with
Yeah,
here,
I hear you.
Okay, and so as of right now. This includes that deputy position
Yes.
and,
Just for transparency, Megan went to 40 as part of the reduction of the other position. This year, and that's included here too, yeah.
Thank you.
Living the dream.
Thank you.
It's still 4 days a week, so. Most weeks.
Okay, colleagues, other questions, direction you wanna give them?
No, I'm good with it.
I think we're all curious to have a conversation about. What is needed out of that deputy position. Moving forward, I know this is not the time for that, but I'm just.
We fully. Expect to talk about that on the 17th, when we did the budget wrap up and at goals
Okay,
time next year, early next year. Well, hopefully at the same time, depending on what the goals are.
Commissioner's budget.
So I do think, just for transparency, off of that, your dues and registrations, I do think we need to bring that number back up. Cause your actuals are fairly close to that number. And unless the board intends to get out of, CCI or all the other organizations that you're in, I think we are stuck with that.
I'm sorry, can you scroll that up, Megan?
Oh, it's her.
Oh,
Scroll
whoever.
it up. I'm sorry.
Wait, go to the county commissioner one, we're still.
It's on the same page. You're in the county manager office, but it's a separate block.
I can't find us.
You're right there.
That's you on the screen.
Okay, I'm looking at my screen, which you guys are controlling.
That's it.
It says Colton at the top, but it's because it's in the county manager's office. They're all within the window.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't see anything that says commissioners, that's correct.
Yeah, it should be, now, you can just put a title on top.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, the coffee can.
There you go.
And I needed another, yeah, I needed another lady.
I did that extras for whoever wanted stuff.
Oh, yeah, awesome. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Was it a lady?
No, it was Matthew. Guy named,
Oh, okay.
not the whole.
Thanks, Matthew.
Yeah, that.
So we have at least two.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so. uh, I would love to see a breakdown of what we were paying for dues and registrations when it was 58,000 versus bringing it down to 5,000.
Well, I think it needs to come back up, because if you look at your 24 actual at 56. Unless you're willing to make a decision to get out of some of those organizations, I don't know if that number will come down.
So I mean, how much do we pay for CCI?
We can get you a breakdown.
Okay, I would love to see a breakdown and then the actual benefit we've gotten over the years. I mean, when I questioned one of them to Brian, he's like, oh, well, Randy brought in 44,000 out of that organization. But that was the only example he gave me for however many years we've been paying into them.
Can you have Sarah pull everything from 24 that came out of that line item?
Yep, I'm writing that right now.
Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
Thanks.
Because we're such a small little county and, I'm sitting in some of these meetings and we get kind of, either ignored because we're little or, not even invited to the table.
Sure.
And so I just want to make sure we're getting the best bang for our buck.
We can definitely talk about it at the 17th.
But I mean, you can look at these have drastically dropped, so. Let's,
Yeah, you guys have,
we're not doing the travel subsistence, or as of now, I don't.
be good about reducing some of the travel especially. But again, that's going off of your expenses. You need to tell me, because this is your budget, if those are cuts you want to maintain.
I'm, sorry, you all, I just need to ask for a quick time now.
Sure.
Where in, not what's on the screen, where in the documents that I can take notes on, or am I supposed to be looking? Cause I just, like, this whole conversation, I'm just like trying to find
Oh,
it.
Top
it's in
of
the-
accounts
It's at the
are,
very bottom.
Yeah.
It's an accounting manager bracket.
I've been looking through Zoom.
Yeah, I know, and I can't do that.
We're at the very bottom of that one that was in
So
the
I see
agenda.
finance, I see county manager.
That's it, you're the middle.
George.
You're the
Like,
middle.
At the bottom.
If you're
Well,
in
when
the
I get
packet.
further, I
Keep
get
going.
finance.
That's what I
You're in
did.
the county manager
Keep going,
budget,
keep going.
George.
Capital improvement trust fund, lodging tax, capital
Yeah.
projects fund,
Page 19. You're in the-
page 19 of 14.
Right there.
Okay. Yep. Okay, thank you all.
So if you look at the 24 actual, there was some travel that we're cutting. And the dues and expenses, this again was just the fact that y'all haven't done this year, with it being your budget. This was just a suggestion, but please feel free to add back at your discretion.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure the proper process, but I think we need to have a meeting to discuss all of the, lobbying organizations to which we belong and figure out, which ones are benefiting us the most. Because it takes a lot of time for like Jody to go up to Fort Collins or, George to go down to multiple meetings in Denver and, me to go to Summit County and such, and I just wanna make sure that what we're getting out of them benefits our county appropriately.
Depending on how long you want that conversation to be, we can have it on the 17th, if not, we can try to find something, which it needs to be before the night.
Before December 9th.
The alternative is, we can leave it budgeted and y'all just not spend it.
I mean,
Well, and
Can we
it's,
just talk about it?
it's for 1
Like,
year,
we've got-
we have a new commissioner coming on for the next year, so it can be appreciated. Just for next year, and then things will change again.
We've got the lobbying organizations that we're a part of, like, I got the list on top off the top of my head.
Well, and those, if you look at,
We could ask, I mean, just like the reason I think it might. Just, it might be a faster conversation than we think,
Alright, go for it.
we're going.
and,
So,
and just wanna clarify, Rebecca, you see that, like, the request is 58,000, but our estimated is 4,667.
Well, but Colton said that will go back up again.
If you wanted to. The
Yeah, but
reason,
that would be if we reinstated them.
We haven't stopped anything, we just
No.
haven't.
we just haven't paid yet. We just haven't
Okay,
paid
yeah,
yet.
'cause
That's why
the
these
expenses were so
registrations.
low, because we just went back to 25 expenses.
Cause
like
we
you
did
said.
stop some when Rebecca and I got on, we just said we was.
That's the benefit cost.
No, it was, an organization that was not benefit to us.
Right,
It
so
was
all
national
organizations are in dues and registration.
Are there any organizations that we promised dues for last year that we haven't made? I can't remember a conversation about the board saying we're not gonna make a dues payment. to an
There was
organization
one.
because-
Cause we decided to keep NACO. And it was equivalent to that was one that you go to DC for, but we said,
No,
That's vice versa, NOCO is here, NACO is the national.
Accelerate Colorado,
yeah, that's it.
you're right, it was Accelerate Colorado.
Okay.
And we chose not to be members of Accelerate Colorado. And Rachel, you might be able to just help us with the 2024 budget, and if you can just look at who we wrote checks to, but.
Yeah.
There is CCI and there is CCI Public Lands.
Oh, I didn't even know that was separate.
CCI Public Lands is separate.
I said,
I sent an email kind of pointing out to you, Jody, that the CCI Public Lands meeting is coming up. There is CCAT. There is CC4CA. That is the list of the organizations that
Well, then we have I-70 Coalition and Collaborative Effort.
so, but the reason I categorize those is because those are the organizations that we're members of to try to influence state policy. To try to influence the legislature, right?
Well, so is
Colorado.
I-70 Coalition and Collaborative Effort. I mean, we speak. We band together to lobby the state for better treatment of Clear Creek.
The collaborative effort is there to manage the process around the record of decision.
Which is lobbying the state.
The legislature has nothing to do with the record of decision.
Well, CDOT does, that's the state.
And so like this is semantics, maybe it's not helpful, but.
Okay, well, I just,
Let me just. I think if we can try to put these into buckets. It'll help us understand what they're doing.
alright. Okay,
And so,
so,
and so I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't be considering the collaborative effort. I'm just pointing out that it's different. There are organizations that spend all of their time talking about the bills that have been introduced in the legislature and what positions they would take on them. And those are. Counties and commissioners acting together, CCI. And Colorado Communities for Climate Action,
what about NOCO?
they don't do that.
We're not legislative.
Okay.
So if we can talk about those ones. CCI is the very expensive one.
What about the lands one? I didn't realize that was a separate.
CCI Public Lands is like it's like a special app. The public lands counties pay a little bit more. And we get votes on who's on our public lands traveling. Our public lands traveling committee. Participates in the NACO, National Association of Counties, and is really aimed towards. Influencing the Forest Service and legislation around public lands. They try to help make sure that PILT is fully funded and that kind of stuff, payment and limit taxes. And that I think is around $8,000. I think CCI itself. Can anybody tell me what we paid in 2024 for CCI?
I'm working on it right now.
Okay. That is the expensive one. I know what we pay for CCAT and CC4CA. And it's around 5,000 a year for each organization. And so like, I'm not. Personally, I'm interested in seeing us continue to be members of those three organizations. And they do occupy distinct roles and they live in distinct lanes. I'll give you an example, CC Colorado Communities for Climate Action. Is the only organization that's having a live conversation right now about whether they would support our rec services tax proposal. They are the organization through which we got the a fee put on homeowners insurance to create a hazard mitigation fund that now is a grant program that we can go apply for wildfire mitigation projects. They are the organization, they were a key organization in getting the Wildland Urban Interface Code Board created. And those codes, all of that work.
Okay.
So I'm not an advocate for us deciding not to be members of Colorado Communities for Climate Action.
Okay, good. Well, and I wasn't, I was hearing much higher numbers. That people were just throwing around for the cost of belonging.
I think that's the one that we got rid of. Accelerate was quite a bit. It was like 25,000.
Okay.
And we got rid of Accelerate. And the reason we were in Accelerate was because we were trying to figure out how to get was it $600 million investment onto Floyd Hill?
Mm-hmm.
And we did. Right, and so, yeah, we spent some money in Accelerate Colorado so that we would have a way to talk directly to what was going on in the federal government around choosing how to invest in federal projects. And then as soon as we saw that investment come in, we said, hey, y'all, thanks, see you later.
Well, and I think it matters what the administration influences that right now. That's not gonna be happening, so.
So that's CC4CA. CCAT is $5,000 as well. The CCAT is the only organization that is, that's right,
6,000.
6,000.
They're the ones that help us testify too.
CCAT helps us testify. CCAT broke off of CCI because there are some things that some counties in this state care about that a whole lot of other counties in the state don't. And so like what CCAT does that you won't see CCI do is pay attention to and advocate on healthcare issues, right? So CCAT was a huge part of finding a way to keep the reinsurance program going in the state last year that is controlling costs for people's health insurance premiums. That does have a direct county budget impact because of our benefits, but it also is just important for our people. CCAT was there when we were trying to get the WUI code board. They were there and they were supportive on that.
Okay, great.
There's just a lot of value to be had in an organization that has more credibility with the majority party in the legislature than CCI. And I just think that us being members is really good. And I was.
All right. So CCI, what's that cost?
$12,760.
20,000.
And then I-70 is 13,680.
That's the coalition?
Correct. CCC, the CPAT is 6,000. Dr. Cog is 6,200.
So then the last one is CCI, and the reason actually that I think it's worth it to be in CCI is because of the commissioner trainings. They're also the organization that really takes the lead on Department of Human Services lobbying, which is really important. And so I think all three of those organizations, with respect to the legislature, operate in their own lanes.
There's just two more, I guess we can finish that. The collaborative effort, how much is that one?
I think that one's 5,150. I'm trying to drag it out.
Okay, and then NOPA. Okay, I think I must have been remembering Accelerate Colorado for 25,000, thinking they were all that expensive,
There's
so
another 4,200 for
helps.
Dr. Cog's another 4,200, sorry.
Okay.
The way the system runs is, it doesn't necessarily group them by
So that's 10,400?
Correct.
So then in terms of like our regional efforts to like collaborate on policy and not non-legislative stuff. We've got CE, no places and Dr. Cog. So,
No code places, and we still don't have the amount.
I'm gonna go look from just NOCO as an individual.
Sometimes it might be under no.
while she's looking for that, let's just CE, do you see value in us continuing to be there?
Absolutely.
Okay, me too.
No, no,
Um,
I just wanted to know the numbers, so I know, you know, we can do the cost benefit analysis on our own here, but I wanted to make sure that I was talking in the right, frame of reference here.
So that number definitely filled me up.
Yeah, that's y'all's decision,
we
I'm
just
just
add
being
on to
transparent that we probably overcut it, because usually those dues don't come in until this month, and when we were
Mhm.
going off expenses, nothing had been paid for 25 yet. So, I don't think we need to do I don't think it's $300. Now, if you're comfortable sticking to 58, which I'm pretty sure will cover everything.
Well, it's
then we'll
not
see you come
58,
back up.
20, 31. Oh, maybe it is, you know.
Yeah.
The one that I would be.
Yeah, it's about 60, except I don't have no code yet.
Apron. Okay.
Well,
No
we'll find
places
out.
we do pay into. Jody, do you see value? Let's just assume it's in the range of $5,000 to $10,000.
Well, if we get $100,000 for the land trust. With the land trust and all that for the Silver Plume property. There's that, and then we've also asked for money. Which I think is gonna be turned into ambassadors, we'll wait and see, but we did ask for money for memory study and we'll see what CPW, so. Those numbers could really be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Randy, it was through this that Randy got that grant for us to do this critical wildlife habitat study, which is something we needed because they were looking at maps, saying, oh, there's nothing important in Clay Creek to protect, so let's just put all the people with guns there.
Sure. Yeah, and NOCO's getting
so-
more organized too, so there's gonna be a lot, that's gonna be their goal is to be applying for grants and.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like, when I use my other voice. Okay.
And Dr. Cog, have we gotten any money? What are we, I mean, they keep dangling this, oh, we're gonna put you in the metropolitan.
So that presentation's tomorrow.
Oh.
With the, you know, and all. Not to warn, but it's in the memo. Everyone I've talked to, Dola, everyone, it's all upside being in the NPO for us,
Oh,
being a member of Dr. Cognitive.
You said it is all upside? Is that-
All upside.
Okay.
upside.
I thought you said you were upset.
No.
Yeah, I do too.
Sorry, all upside.
That's what I thought too, and I'm like, why?
That was Dola's like official position, is it's all upside.
Is that we should
Yes.
be in it.
Dr. Cog can do your housing studies, they'll do a lot of your reporting to the feds in the state for you, they've been great. We
Okay.
put projects on the regional transportation plan, which will help us get grant funding. If we start looking at that, I mean, there's a lot of benefit there, I know when I was at Denver, we got a lot out of Dr. Cog.
Yeah, I was a little discouraged last go around when they talked about all the entities that applied for certain grants. And they decided just to give it to the biggest entities, the biggest bang for the buck, as opposed to all the little discrete bridges around the state. So I'm hoping they won't ignore us.
I think when you're talking about regional transportation issues, we're very difficult to ignore. Because we're the choke point, right?
Yes.
We affect more than Denver Metro, so I think we haven't been as proactive in Dr. Cog as we should be, and I think we need to change that.
I think where Dr. Cog too, what they like with giving out their grants is things that are multiple purpose, so like housing. With transportation, so it's, you can live there, you can shop there, and then you can park there, you don't have to.
Mhm.
I think that's where we're going.
Emissions?
Regional Air Quality Council connection.
Yep. So.
So did you find NOCO, Rachel? No, they're itemized under a P card, so I'm gonna have to go dig for it.
Oh, that's weird.
No, sometimes people use their key cards to pay dues in the office.
What if it was
A
bad?
limit. So it'd be under 5,000 if there's anything there. All right.
Okay, so let's talk about when I travel and subsistence. It looks like we had budgeted 15,000. This is for us to, when we're going to a conference, get a hotel room.
We haven't seen hit expenses hit this year.
I know, so we might wanna double check this because I know I've transmitted more than $267 in receipts for hotels my own. I mean, I think I stayed in a hotel room 4 times this year, maybe.
So it might be that it's being put on the wrong line item.
It could be in, yeah.
It could be in postage.
Oh, it definitely would be an on the P card,
Yeah,
cause we.
yeah, so it could be that the P card was filled out wrong, it might be in postage.
When it was September, these numbers, I pulled them in September and did the projection for your.
Well, yeah, well, we had the winter conference, right?
Yeah.
Those would be under BOCC.
Oh, that was last December.
Right. That was last year.
Okay, so then we had the summer conference this year, that was June.
We had the training and Beth put those under her card.
Oh, okay, the January one. Yeah, okay.
So we'll look into that, and maybe it got put in the wrong place. If you guys have used.
And then I don't understand, can you help me understand what's going on with the benefit cost, because.
They're on, Jody and Rebecca are not on county benefits.
Right, and so why is it so high?
It's the 31% projection. So it's the aggregate total cost of 31% total. It's a distribution across all of the operations. And then we pull them all together to pull, we don't do actuals, maybe I'll say it differently. We don't do actual. We did not do actuals this year. Instead, we did the aggregate percentage in a 5-year view and then distributed that based on that percentage across salaries.
So they're not across the 3 commissioners from last
Correct,
year.
no, across the entire county and in the general fund. So everyone is receiving 31% in benefits as a salary. A percentage of the salary for the employee benefit cost that covers not only your just benefits overall, but it also addresses workers' comp, other costs that go into management of employees.
Okay, so for 3 commissioners last year, if they all had the 31% of. $100,000 salary, then that would add up to 90 something.
Correct.
Basically, we pooled benefits, we pooled the risk. Normally, what they were doing was every single person's benefit allocation was budgeted individually.
Mhm.
And it would change through the year or be wrong, or that person would leave and come back and like, it really wasn't accurate. It was crazy time expensive to do it. So what we did was we just, because that goes to central charges and people can't really use that for anything else, we just said, on average, benefits cost this based on actuals of someone's salary. That's what we're budgeting per employee across the board, so it doesn't change based on any change that happens on an individual basis. So one, it's more accurate when you do it that way, because you're loading the risk on both sides. Some people are more expensive, some people are cheaper, right? The average, when you have a large sample, should be in the mean.
Okay.
And that's what we did, and it also. It more accurately describes the cost in the budget for benefits, not on the individual basis, because it changes every year. Right, one turnover, somebody changes their benefit selection, that number is wrong, right?
Right, okay,
And so-
so, but this still is based on 3 employees?
Yes.
Alright.
So I have a
Based on their
question.
salaries. Yeah.
So for projecting this, like right now, we do not take the benefits.
Well, we do some, I mean, the retirement benefits, right?
Yeah, but that's like very minimal.
So how I fixed this, you
4%.
guys are cheaper, Rebecca and Jody are
We're less
cheaper.
expensive.
Sorry, thank you,
Cost effective.
you're cost effective. You might be less, but your savings are paying for someone who is more expensive in the pool, who might have kids or might have something else that's making their benefit cost higher, right?
Mhm.
So this isn't an important number on a division by division basis, it's only important in the aggregate because that's how it gets paid, right?
And this, we were so volatile on this line of our actuals to budget that this is gonna be more stable.
Okay.
We just
okay.
need
So,
stability.
so when our constituents go, how come your cost is down 92,000, we're like, it's on the aggregate.
This is your contribution to the pool,
Okay,
right?
okay.
So, but I still have this question. So if, just say one of her husbands lost their health insurance in June. Can we then, so that's why we need to keep that there as well.
Yes, and that's why the pool needs to be healthy, so everyone contributes the same rate, so if there's something like that that happens.
Mhm.
It's not creating weird budget distortions on the expense side in a tiny budget, it's absorbed into the pool that everyone is in, right? So that we're managing that as a pool, because that's really what it is, and it's so volatile on individual decisions, it's not like salary, because. Why benefits is weird is like, I can't just give myself a raise, right? But someone can opt into a benefit program in open enrollment or a life event that increases their expenses halfway through the year, right? So we need to make sure that we're threading that risk pool. And this is a better way to handle it.
Okay, okay, and the people who are over 65, the Medicare, does that help the county, do you think? Or you pay that?
No, we don't pay their Medicare benefits, but it doesn't help the county.
Why not? If Medicare is the primary.
Because that's if they elect it, I mean, as long as they have coverage that's credible right now, there's not a requirement that they elect it, it's not necessarily
Oh.
cheaper.
Oh, interesting, I thought your employer benefited when you got Medicare.
Not necessarily.
Thank you.
I was gonna say your cheaper people are like in your twenties and stuff that don't use they're paying into it, but they're not using it as much to pay for the older people.
So what I think my takeaway moving forward is. We need unique access to this line item, to this budget category, because that is ours to maintain. I would really like to see a breakdown on travel and subsistence, just an update and a breakdown on like, what did we actually spend? We should have lowered that number a good bit between 2024 and 2025. I'm actually not seeing that reflected either. And
That's because you guys didn't go to the DC conference, things like that.
And we're not. getting
Talking about the
reimbursed
budget
for our
line.
mileage.
I'm talking about 2024 adopted versus 2025 adopted. We had committed to, I think, pretty significant reductions in travel and subsistence. And I don't know that it got reflected in what we ultimately passed.
Maybe not, we can check into that,
Okay,
cause I would be curious to see what your 24 budgeted was.
2023 actual rate was 7,000 on travel and subsistence, and I don't. I suspect that number's a lie.
Okay. Traditionally, Beth had been the one doing this, so we'll have to go back to the P cards, cause that's usually how this is paid. We can check.
So the other, we were just talking, Caroline, the reference drive is another place where I place all of our expenses. There's a report that finance has. Do you all have access to the reference drive in our shared folders?
I had access to the R drive.
That's it, yep. If you go into the finance section of the R drive, you'll see there's reports on spending every month in there. I'll just walk you through it. You go to finance.
I gotta get into the VPN real quick, sorry.
VPN kicks me in. No, I'm still in VPN. And then you can look into.
Oh, you have this on your,
Yep, she's doing it for us. So it's not finance we would be looking for.
It's under finance, and then you'll see those monthly reports in there. You can see the monthly reports, so if I go to 2025, for example, You'll see there's two different kinds. The first is a per department budget. I'll just pull up this most recent one, which was September, and our detail comes over from the treasurer a month in arrears, so that's why the most recent one is September. And then it shows your line items in there. And then there's also detailed spending available in there.
So would this be the same information that's in the warrant registry?
Correct. So yes, you go under reference, finance, and then on the reports, you'll see by to commissioners. And look at. Every time I move, Zoom puts a little thing in my way. This was in September. You can see that this is the detail for the travel and subsistence account. You see how it's only got this one hit in it. That's $292. So there's something wrong with where those allocations are going.
I use my P card for,
But it's the account that it's assigned to when you pay it, when we pay it, so we'll have to look at. So I just looked at travel and subsistence, there's your 292 is in there. Excuse me.
228.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just go on travel in September, so that's a good.
So you'll see that's in there as well. But each month is listed in that reference drive, where you can look at any of your expenses each month. And any of your operating.
And when they show up, is it the month we submitted the expense or the month we incurred the expense?
The month of incurrent, when you put it on your card.
Okay.
So I'm glad to hear that you have access to that. Too, if you're ever curious on your own spending within your division, you're there.
Yeah, I think it would be interesting to see the June one. Because that's when all three of us were at the CCI conference. It's just for reference.
A decision that we can make, and this is where I'm feeling a little bit lost, and we're not talking about very much dollars, so we should probably just move on, but. We decided last year that as a board, we were gonna commit to not taking our like mileage. Because boards in the past, we can, of course, had been, some of us had, some of us hadn't been. Tracking all the miles for all the meetings that we traveled to out of the county and asking for reimbursement of those costs. Last year as a board, we committed to, we're pulling that out of the budget. We're not gonna do that anymore.
So I remember that meeting and I thought Randy said because they were on their way out, they were gonna let the next board decide that. And maybe that's why that didn't get changed. I remember you talking about that.
It's in registrations.
Yeah, and the reason why mine is so much, if everybody is curious, is that I registered first at the Jody and I shared a condo.
Yeah.
So I was the one who
But
registered.
do you see how it's not charged to travel and subsistence? It's actually charged to dues and registration.
Oh, no, okay.
That's why, yeah.
So we can get that fixed, but that could be why it's not there, even though we're not taking that reimbursement.
Right, well, when we put on the P card, you guys just pay that, it's not reimbursing us, it's just.
No, I'm talking about the travel, it's like the mileage,
Oh, right,
at least I haven't turned in any.
Yeah, and so if we don't plan on doing that. We can see that budget go down, or that.
So right now, we put it back in at 58,000 for your dues and registrations, which now we know is the line for your agencies, your
right,
organization.
and my rough estimate was that it was over 60,000
And then your travel,
for
yeah.
all of these, so.
Right.
There's not much wiggle room there,
Fine.
Yeah.
I mean, if you looked at us specifically, it would be cheaper, but with the averages.
Your travel and subsistence. You wanna go up to 8, which is closer to the 23 actual, but. After we've moved all of these expenses around, it might be closer to 8. They're
I
just charged
think
the wrong. Count,
At this point, I mean,
doesn't matter.
I just wanna, I think the wise thing to do is just to ask them to, well, to bring a better number.
Right.
That it's more reflective of reality.
Sounds good. Great.
Cool.
I know we wanna talk about finance, anything else on commissioner's budget?
And so what this means is that we did take a little extra time here, but we don't need a future decision process about any of our memberships. We just wherever we get through them over there.
Yeah, I think that's right, and then when you just spot check it at the 17th on when the numbers, right?
All right, y'all, let's do, no.
Oh, yeah. Fulton, Slango.
Do a little break and then I'll come back and we'll do finance and then we'll do wrap up. Do we give ourselves 15 minutes? That would be 12:50.
Okay,
Okay.
we'll be back at 12:50. Okay, I'm up. So,
Where? Yes.
a lot of the centralized charges were within the group of accounts that I monitor. A lot of them though are actually affected by the operation. So, for example, these are the revenue accounts at the top of the screen. I'll see if I can get in, zoom in closer here and put off a couple of years here and zoom in a little. One of the questions that we've been mobbing around is the severance tax and whether or not it was going to come up next year or not. That's within this revenue set, just so you know. I moved it back up to $200,000 just based on some recent conversations that have been going on with the team at DOLA. And our hope is that we do see that come up again, but this year our severance tax distribution was pretty low. And all of those numbers, all of the numbers in central charges affect the general fund. Okay. Most of our administrative charges, so you heard this morning me talking with Human Services around the administrative charges. And they were placed in and had traditionally been placed in a revenue number. It's an odd placement. Most of the time, those are put into expenses and then they're pulled in to our administrative charges into the general fund.
I curiosity, state cigarette tax, does that include vaping products and other tobacco products or just cigarettes?
I'm not sure. I'll have to get back to you. I would assume it does include any tobacco product,
I am almost positive it's.
any
all-
tobacco.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would assume that, but I don't know, all the nicotine stuff is strange.
So. I wanna observe that there's one page above this page.
Is there?
Somewhere that's actually the budget of your team,
For my team. Okay.
salaries and wages and
Thank
stuff.
you.
Can we start there?
Yes, let's do that. Okay, so. This reflects the improvements that we're seeing this year. Within finance, the. Positions at the time we were discussing, so I had requested another position and at this point, it reflects the capital improvement program manager, and I was sticking in our division because I expected that capital improvement project is the enterprise project that's in the capital improvement fund. There's a position request. That's that $120,000. So I put it in here as a position request, just so you know that's why that 427 looks so big for the 26. I know there's lots of conversation. We did not request funding for that position. And then I'm also by the workshop, we're hiring a new position. I think, God. There's a gnat flying around. We have hired a senior accountant that these dollars reflect the new senior accountant position as well. Staffing currently within our team.
The request or the proposed budget?
The workshop, I'm sorry, the workshop number. And then going down, I'm not requesting any improvements. I did reduce our ads and legal notices. Peter's team has really helped out tremendously this year. I will not expect that of you next year. Thank you very much, Peter, for Nanette's help, because those were things that I did need your time and help with. Thank you. The audit, I do expect to spend all of it this year. Next year, it should be different. I actually am hoping that with our new accountant, we can have a better audit season next year, since that's really been her expertise. You see there is an escalation in the price for our software contract that relates to Springbrook, which is our primary accounting system. If in fact we were to move over to the enterprise system, which would right now is in talking with other jurisdictions, other counties, they all share the same system, which is Tyler. And Tyler is the one, as you heard this morning, the assessor, the clerk, and the treasurer. And right now we can't see their books, and we would have an opportunity to get better financial data. Doesn't necessarily mean that HR ultimately could end up in there, but it would be great to begin that conversation. Although there's so many asks in this budget and we are so busy. Next year, I've got the interest in getting that E911 fund improvement done. So I'm not dead set on having that capital improvement and that enterprise this year. And I know that HR does not have. That's why I was asking for the position. No change in cost on this side.
Okay, so you're, that was one of the things that I asked to move forward and was kind of excited about, and you're thinking
Yeah.
might be better to hold off a year and.
Yeah, and see how Paylocity's movement is. We're even pushing, I'm pushing back on timing of launching Paylocity because I haven't received a test of it yet. We've had some trouble with the contractors ourselves and their line can account for that. And that their response and the level of attention that we've been receiving on such an incredibly important task like our payroll. I would rather spend a really good amount of time on payroll and making sure that's correct for at least a year more before we begin the enterprise conversation. So I'm letting that go. I'm keeping it in as an ask, but I'm letting that go. We've got so much going on already and it's a small staff. I mean, an ask like that is a significant ask.
And to add to that, I mean, one of the worst things you can do to an enterprise level software decision is under resource it. So I've seen enterprise level software, expensive implementations fail or be really ineffective because you don't have the staff time to make it successful. So if that is a priority of the board, we gotta clear the bullpen to make sure that staff's got enough time to really make sure that's successful on both the elected side and the county staff side, and I just don't think we're there right now for that. Good enough.
But we're still functioning under budget, under what we had expected to spend this year. And our workshop number is no different, other than it's a reduction in the salaries and overtime, just based on who we have and what we're hiring right now. And I'm comfortable with those numbers, so I don't have any requested revisions.
Let's go down then, you were talking us through the general.
The revenue side.
Revenue side.
At the top, you'll see this other financing, this 46,100 is a GASB note that I have to make within our accounts, and it notes movement of capital that needs to be brought over to the next year. So that $46,100 is actually just capital we expected from 24 moving to 25, and I need to make a note of it here. Then moving down, you'll see the real property tax. This is the number that we're using based on our current assessed value and adding in and we already kind of went through the revenue numbers overall the other day, so there weren't a lot of questions. The only thing I wanted to make sure and point out was the severance tax, and I did again move that up to 200,000. Just based on what we heard from them.
Can we talk about Pill for a second?
Yes,
Looks like we are gonna get the 335,000. But we're only estimating 30,000 in 2026. Is that? Is that a guess, or has that decision been made already?
no decision has been made. That's my estimate is 30,000 for the year for PILT. So payment and load tax coming over. I'm just not sure what's going on with it, and I just need more time. So 11/17 is our next date that will be.
And this isn't what the general fund gets,
It is.
it's what I thought we sent that to the schools.
PILT
Yes.
in part is sent to the schools, yes.
What part? How much?
75% from what I recall.
Okay, that's what I thought. Of the 335 or of the 30?
335
Okay,
is what we would be estimating. We don't send that out until we know more in December,
all
what
right.
that number looks like.
So there's a huge difference between 335 and 30.
You bet there is.
And that's, sorry.
Why?
Because it's federal money. It is a payment and load taxation for our public lands in the
Right.
county. So I don't have those dollars. We haven't received more than that so far. So this is a projection based on what we receive.
Okay, thank you.
So we're estimating only receiving $30,000 in 2025, and that's the number we're moving forward in our 2026 proposed budget.
Today,
We don't, and the Cook County only gets 25% of that.
correct.
I mean, you guys make a discrete decision every year on what to do with it. But
You could choose to
you
hold
can
it.
choose to hold it or get it or whatever.
But that's somewhat limited on what you spend it on, right?
There's only certain eligible uses, but usually the commission makes a discrete decision to do it, right, George?
That may reflect, it also affects our ability to receive it, and I think we had a really good dialogue at the beginning of the year, maybe mid-year, about the least. The amount we reduce our distribution to the schools actually affects how much we receive, so we want to continue to send as much as we can to the schools.
There's the secure rural schools, right, which is different. And that's the distribution that goes up or down depending on how much bill we give to the students.
Just gonna double check that.
So then, like, the reason I'm emphasizing this is because it is CCI and NACO and the Public Lands Committee that pay a lot of attention to PILT and advocate every year for PILT in Congress. I do think that PILT was not reauthorized,
I'm
and
gonna reflect it right now that I revised it on October. Just last Thursday, I revised this number set, and I need to add that we've received 398 so far.
Oh, we have,
We did receive it.
nice.
My information comes in, like I said, a month behind, so
Okay.
I'm gonna increase this to 398, so we can go back to 335.
okay, and then can I just ask, I might be able to provide a connection to, maybe it's CCI who has their best finger on the pulse of what we might be able to expect for PIL next year. Can I just request a review of this number before we have our final budget adoption?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
How does that work if we've already received it?
Well, there's what we received in 2025, and then there's what we think we can anticipate in
So
2026.
2025 is technically spent.
It's technically received and spent. And so the question is like, what's up with Congress? Have they made any decisions about PILT? And what does CCI think might happen to the PILT fund next year?
We got very bad news and not good news, but I'm struggling with all of them.
Why did we get so much for a tower lease in 2024? Oh, that's what, okay, I'm unclear what adopted versus actual means.
That's what we believed we were going to get last year, and our estimate is still at 2,300. And I need to verify these numbers since I've done.
Well, no, I was looking at the 2024 adopted and it maybe 787.
Oh. I'm not sure. I feel like they were. I'm not sure. We can, I'll find that out.
If it was 2024, that amount, I suspect has to do with the fact that we sold two tower
Yeah.
spaces essentially to American Tower or something, and if, I wanna say that was about 800,000 over for two different things. And so that,
Yeah.
my guess,
The permanent easements.
that we would guess is.
No.
No, but I think that's right. There was some
So
stuff.
then we sold the land, but the lease payments are now to the tune of 3,000. All right,
I think there's something else going on here. We did sell land that had two leases,
Right.
but
We,
when we were looking at the numbers, we were getting like many years worth of lease payments and an upfront lump sum, so we got $800,000 for the sale of the towers. That didn't result in us losing $380,000 in revenue. There's something else going on.
yeah, that, I'm looking at that and I'm wondering if that 3 was part of that sale, but yes, I agree, there's something not right, because when it says tower lease, what I'm also not clear on is that a single tower?
It's where all the lease payments go into.
Okay, and we get more than 3,000 a year in lease payments on towers.
We should,
So-
so maybe those payments come in late in the year or something, but I just think that one needs some revision.
You got it.
And it is possible that some of those might even show up on line item budgets in the sheriff's office. Because the sheriff was responsible or was handling some of the tower leases at the time through that office. So something to think about, I don't know if it comes up.
So we'll dig on those,
Um,
contributions and donations. So, we also moved the contributions and donations, those were being tracked. They were moved and primarily because we were looking at the health clinic donations, so you'll see the health clinic donations as we go through this larger list. But most of the donation work has been really around the health clinic, so it kept it flat. Sale of assets, we did plug in that 305,000 for the resource center, we haven't done that yet. We can certainly put that in here again if you would like, we have not sold that center.
I rather not pack that in the budget,
Okay.
but that's just me.
And then compensation for a loss is related to damage claims, and when we have a insurance claim, we receive any insurance, so from CTSI, any of those reimbursements and those costs, these will go up because we've had in the last couple of months, quite a few vehicle accidents, and we'll receive some more additional dollars. So I'll pull up another projection on that as well, but we don't want to see a lot of compensation for loss, frankly.
okay, can you help me understand on property tax?
Yes.
My understanding is that we pretty much know that number, and yeah, I'm seeing that we have, is it around $250,000 more in what we think we'll take in versus what we had budgeted in 2025?
No. I don't think so.
I see 2025 adopted 9.3 million.
9.8. Oh,
Yes.
no, adopted.
And then I see 2025 estimate 9.59.
This 98,61848 is based on
So that's
the,
250,000.
Yeah, I think that might be a mistake, I think really we were focusing on 26 numbers, those are right, based on the cap.
Mhm. Okay. Thanks, Colton.
Unless there's something that happened in 25, Rachel, why would we get more than we estimated?
We would,
Yeah,
and that's well,
It wasn't just for a portion of a year, maybe?
well,
we get the revenue in twice, there's basically 2 bill cycles, I think, that Carol
So-
does.
we don't cap the revenue, that's the thing. So the actual pay could be including people who missed payments from years prior.
Could be.
As well.
And that might, the reason I'm
That's
asking
usually
is, I mean, that might have some impact on. It's not that much of an impact on what we're able to realize.
Yeah, it'll show up in the act for if we do, but generally speaking, I mean. Yeah, unless there was a huge delinquent tax bills that came out.
So we set, here's how the mill levy sets the collection per home. We set our budget based on what we believe that collection could be. That doesn't necessarily mean that that is the amount we collect. This is the first year where we're gonna pay attention on the collection because that's where the 5%, but people could pay more based on their mill levy and their assessed value in that next year. So just to say that mill levy, what we're doing this year because of the cap and saying, okay, we're only gonna collect this because we have a cap, isn't how that necessarily works in arrears either. So I'll talk to Carol Lee, but my understanding is that it could increase just because our collection doesn't stop at the amount that we set as our appropriation number. Okay.
But isn't it 5.25?
Off the qualified.
Off qualified, and that's for this year.
Tax revenue. So that takes out the mining revenue, the cap. Cap doesn't include the mining revenue.
Okay.
And some adjustments for like new builds and stuff like that, so we have to subtract that out by the cabinet. So it's a small, basically 10,000 feet, it's a percentage of a smaller number than our actual assessed value. Cause we're very exposed to the mining, really.
Okay, one other thing where we're on this, I wanna just point out to you all, the administrative charges line.
Yeah.
If you look at 2022 actual, 61,000, 2023 actual, 1 million. You guys, we got a breakdown of the study we used to come up with administrative charges. This is something that I just want you all to see and make sure you ask any questions you need to ask about. Like, for example, human services, the state pays 80% of the human service costs. And up until 2023, we were basically, because we weren't charging to the human services fund, the costs associated with the county manager's office and finance and HR, we were giving the state a great deal. And so that's why you see that big bump in administrative charges. Some of it is just moving. Like numbers from one division to another, and then in cases like the road and bridge fund. HUTF gets to actually pay for its finance and HR services instead of asking local property taxpayers to do that.
Yeah, and then the other side, the flip side of that is it has affected the health of some of the EMS fund particularly. Because when the EMS fund was originally conceived, the administrative charges didn't exist. Right, so that's part of the reason why you're seeing some of the other funds be a little unhealthy, because now they're paying their costs to general fund, so it's both, right? It's good and bad, it's better for the general fund. In some cases, human services is a good one, or one that worked out well, EMS is never, it was never accounted for when they did the model of that.
Okay, I don't have any other questions on this section.
And you'll notice it's the same number than the 25 number. And that's intentional because I'm studying this one and I'm just gonna highlight this one with the human services budget in particular. So I've kept that intentionally so I can keep on that number.
And then, of course, we have district attorney,
Yeah. No.
going to the next section, the expense section.
Expense.
Yeah, I did, just quick question about I-70 projects. What is this in?
This is line that pays for Cindy.
Oh, okay, but. Is this something that I-70 pays us?
No,
No.
That section is expenses.
Yeah.
And if you look, you can see that in 2022, we spent almost $120,000 for support on I-70 projects. We had a consultant that whose contract we canceled. And I think one of the outstanding questions that I don't think we're gonna solve in this budget, but that we are gonna wanna solve is how are we making sure that there is enough staff support for our I-70 negotiations? Just wanna flag that.
yep. Community projects line item, I wanna, flag, that was one that's usually been used to pick up, random expenses throughout the year, generally deriving from things the board wants to do, like the surveys that Bill did were paid out of this line, things like that. I've cut that a lot. So now when we have mid-year things, we're either gonna have a conversation with the board about vacancy savings and get directed direction, or we're gonna have to get a supplement. Right, we're really trying to lean out all of this stuff.
Looks like you're sticking with what we think we spent in 2025. And
I think that's a fair amount for just, you know, anything that comes up, 125,000 is a lot, right? That's a lot to have kind of unassigned a little bit, and I think we can be smart. And then if something comes back that's bigger, we can definitely talk about it.
So when is the meeting with the DA?
Tomorrow. So that's the fully packed in request from them. Obviously, thereafter that, we'll have a conversation about what we think we should do.
Alright,
But that's a huge jump, right? So the estimated includes the supplemental that we added to have them make payroll the last quarter of this year. And then that is their full on burden, and it's essentially doubled their budget.
and what, did the other counties say?
They pay. They had their has not been a unified response yet, because not everyone's heard from her. We haven't. Summit got theirs last week, Lake had theirs fairly, but boards haven't passed budgets yet, so.
I think the next steps that I'm gonna propose are that after this work session, we have, the commissioner from every county and county staff get together and compare notes about what that presentation looked like. Figure out what we want to respond, or how, like, we do this one. And I did, just since we're talking about it, send a list of questions to the DA. That Peter, you might be able to provide to my colleagues that I asked.
I got mine.
I send it on.
Yeah. And you all are welcome to use that list. I know this budget. Okay.
Next up is the resource center.
Yep.
Flattened out the zero any rent. In hopes of selling, but then. Thanks, there's for utilities, $2,000 set aside for the utilities. And that's just basically to keep it warm-ish while we're waiting. We're trying to move NYN out by the end of this year, so there should be nothing in there.
Are we getting any nibbles about selling?
We have to fix the basement first.
Was it budget?
No, we have to get staff back in the basement because human services is now using the research center. The resource.
Our basement at the
Our
courthouse
basement.
before.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we're delayed, but I have a lot of stuff I wanna sell, so as soon as we get the basement situation sorted out, we can do that. That's one of my goals for next year.
What is the situation with the tourism bureau? Do they know that we're not proposing any rents in that building next year?
They're out.
They're out,
They're on the
Already in a
visitor
different
center.
location.
yeah.
They're not at West Springs visitors.
Where did they move that? Did they move that kiosk then?
I don't think so. I think I don't know where the kiosk thing is.
I asked her what she was gonna do with it at the
It's not at the
time.
resource center anymore. The resource center outside of human services being there is ready to go. It's moved out of, yeah.
Okay, don't go through this.
We're moving on, sorry. We just finished, that's the resource center. Next up is county land sales, who don't have any plan for next year. Who knows? Colton-
Unless,
Colton goes after and sells.
Yeah, I just don't. Given the volatility of the real estate market right now, I just would rather not us rely on it.
And then these are the grants that were already provided as part of the grants and capital assets. This needs further refining based on what direction we've gotten so far from you all from the last session. So know that the workshop, I've tried to include the most recent revisions, but this is definitely not fully baked yet. So just
okay,
hold
so
off on that.
my alignment is a little off, is the grants, the workshop number
Yeah,
2,735,640.
correct.
Alright,
Or sales tax is reflected. So to your point, Commissioner, that's where the sales tax, where we were dumping all of the sales tax money in is going into the capital fund. But that was part of an interesting enlightenment last month.
Yeah. Capital fund, it finally makes sense then.
alright, so grants capital is the 2.7 million.
That's where we began, yeah.
The 2.7 million is sales tax.
It's just sales tax.
So I have a blank on grants capital.
Yeah.
That's just a.
It's a header.
Alright,
That's broadband grants.
So I'm moving down and through, I'm on line 79.
Can I ask about? So, let's see, here, we're proposing 2.7 million. What's going on with that estimate on sales tax of 1.9 million?
That's our estimate so far, we didn't follow from the end of the year, because we're tracking it in real time, that was the number that when we pulled it. In September, we hit October's number. Wait, in August, we've been August's number when we pulled this,
Right.
we got September's number looks good. October's number will be kind of the. We'll see how confident we are, with that number, and that should be the next week. So we'll have it by the 17th, and we'll be able to confidently talk about our sales tax forecast again. Going off of. Probably making too much of a deal out of it, but given the volatility, I think it's important that we just take literally the last months of data we have before we commit to a number.
Okay, so marijuana only nets us 15,000.
And we're projecting big reductions there.
Because
To the estimate, we have not seen the sales the way they've used to be, that's universal across the state, marijuana's really struggling as an industry.
So it's not the cash cow that everybody thought it would be.
It was it's called first mover advantage.
Right.
You're the first one to the market with something, you can only until the market equalizes out, what is it, legal in 35 states now?
Mhm.
Just not,
Oh, they can go to,
yeah,
they don't call for.
it's legal in Oklahoma.
Okay.
You kind of lost your first mover advantage at that point.
CDBG RLF, what's that?
Community Development Block Grant Revolving Loan Fund, those dollars go, they're a distribution straight to our economic development team. They do grants and loans.
Thank you.
Then this is the jail-based behavioral health that supports the sheriff's office. And then just other statewide grants are in the next line. And that includes the sheriff's office dollars as well for their grants. State gaming grant, so we just received the gaming detail. I'll double check this number. I do believe this is the amount that I had requested.
That's great that we still get money even though we don't have gaming.
Yeah, we have the impacts of gaming for sure.
It
Right.
was primarily used to offset the DA cost, but now that's not gonna work because their budget's doubled.
The gaming grant monies go to. Outside
services.
organizations as well,
Yeah.
human services gets very little, but like,
Human service organizations.
yeah. The Rock House gets a good
Rock
amount
House.
of money. It's effectively, except with the exception of the sheriff's office, it's effectively passive.
Okay.
This number also was significantly less for the sheriff this year because they hadn't been tracking their engagements with those who had been going for gaming. So the gaming program requires now that the sheriff's office confirms someone is either leaving or going to a gaming establishment when they pull them over. And so Eric Rubin and I had a conversation, figured out a way to track that better so that we can actually show that relationship. That wasn't.
So just driving the Central City Parkways and.
No, it's not. Charging station fees, just following what we've projected. Not a huge increase there, but no, it's what next year could bring with all of our visitors.
Especially if Georgetown really starts stepping it up. They've got a lot of stuff planned.
Wallstrom Fry agreement and their sale, or their payments to us are in here.
But there's nothing since 24.
They started in 25.
That was a new agreement with Martin Marietta, where they agreed to expand the court.
Oh, okay. Great.
A nickel a ton.
Wow. So what's local donations?
So just like the other donations line, same intention, but if there was a specific project that someone was wanting to make a donation for it, we'd come into these line items. Because the health clinic has moved into its own fund, it isn't reflected here either, but if there was a project you all wanted to receive local donations for, they would be going into this.
Okay, thank you.
And then
And we didn't get anything from Slacker this year?
we don't participate in Slacker, that was an old project.
But isn't that the Slacker half marathon?
Yeah, county doesn't run that.
Rec center does it now.
Oh, so even though Beth did it,
She handed it over a few years ago, I think.
no, she was working it this year. Maybe she was just volunteering.
She just volunteered after, yeah.
Years helping CCMRD, but I mean, I think that the revenues are still being collected and sent to the organizations, it's just not showing up in our budget anymore.
Right.
These feet pass those for us.
And then the 75,000 is a transfer in from the E911 for equipment within the sheriff's office. And then this is the expense side. And I'm just going back up. Right now, we've got NOPA places in the capital projects, and usually those are for projects, so. I'm curious. I'm not sure if you all have a project identified for this next year. For NOPA places, but this would be your placeholder for a project if you were making a contribution to NOPA places. This is not the same as your registration and fees.
Okay, so registration fees, we still don't have that number yet?
No,
So why would we contribute to that outside of, cause I know that we're getting ready to redo. We have a new executive director and what the fees are going to be and. Why is that separate? What does that do, I guess?
it's in the projects line, so I'm not sure if there were projects in the past that you all had spent, but I'm gonna text Sarah. I can't get them because I'm sharing my screen, and text Sarah to pull NOPA places.
Yeah,
versus
cause
NOCO
we were thinking that would be around 5,000, but it says 15,000.
projects,
No code places, number 91.
correct?
I think what a project would be.
Especially in the consistency of the spending here, I think we probably do need a little more explanation on that line. And we've got an estimated spend of $333,000 in 2025.
Yeah, I'm wondering if if that is the registration number, for some reason it's coming up there. We can look into it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cause the roundness of the numbers is weird.
and yeah,
As well as that estimate being double.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on, sorry, I'm just texting her the number real quick.
okay. And then the next one down, what's that?
Those are DOLA grants for, that's why I think there was a project related to NOCO. There was a grant, Energy and Mineral Impact Assistance Fund grant,
Just.
Okay,
that we had some sort of contribution. There's nothing in there, so there's no project coming up, so I'm not sure.
okay.
These are the expense side, right? So
No.
I am seeing $66,000 in revenue for NOVO places in 2022, and I know we held a grant to get money into NOCO, and I wonder if these expenditures of 15,000 a year are us paying down, like paying out whatever that grant was to do. This is, I think it was to help pay for the director or something.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Now we have.
We'll
this
consider
one.
it.
Now that I'm looking at the revenue side too.
These are the gaming grants. And then this begins the capital projects. Capital lease payments at 320,000. Charging station expenses. These are your reserves. When we get to that larger picture conversation, I want to talk to you all about the reserves as a set aside. And how much they are and how we viewed them last year and what we set them as this year. So I won't go into too much detail on this right now. But these reflect the state 41,300 is reflecting our public safety improvements. And then And that includes, you know, any of those grants that we get or any of those. So I just talked about the jail and I talked about. I'm just gonna look at it, what it is. It's a National Forest Foundation, 15,000. That's what it's for. So I'm not sure what that relationship is with the NOCO. And then the loans themselves. So you saw the community development block grant. Grant itself, this is how the contract is paid out on the other side. They receive their specific contract, their loan administration funds, then they receive their development contracts and then their loans. So that total is their grant that is passed through us to the Economic Development Agency. And that gets us through the expense side of capital and grants. Now we're moving on to,
I have a question just really quick on the charging station. What are those fees? Is that the equipment or is that fees that are charged?
maintenance and fees.
And then what energy is coming out that we purchase to resell? So it's all in one?
Anything, yeah.
It's our cost share with those chargers. So
Okay.
everything that we receive from them is usually an offset of our utility costs mainly.
So when we see, I just lost that line,
Which one?
charging station. EVs.
41,000.
41,000, there's 67 in revenue. And so that's 25,000 a year or so that is.
34,423.
Great. Thank you. Even better.
And my understanding is most of that revenue comes from the big charters. By, the Georgetown market, on the other side of the creek, not the ones by the creek, those barely make anything. So,
I see here, help me understand. Starting in last year's budget with this reserve
Yeah,
being listed as an expense.
yeah, that locks it.
Functionally happens.
It locks it in the treasury. So I give to her, this is the expense amount we're anticipating, please set this aside. And then I'll come back and spend it down later, but right now it's sent as an expense and it holds it for potential spending. So that it gives you the opportunity to spend it if it in fact happens. Great, if it doesn't, otherwise it just sits in that treasury allocation. Before we didn't have it in a restriction method, and this is a restriction method.
So when we look at the total expenditures in the general fund.
Mhm.
Is that number being inflated by $5 million?
No, I pulled that out separately.
for the general fund, this is really for the smaller funds that we do this.
No, you're talking about that larger aggregate number.
Are we appropriating $5.4 million?
Yeah, when you. No, when you passed, just like last year, when you passed your adoption resolution, we pulled these out separately. And listed, these are your 3 reserves, and this is the general fund, those 3 reserves are listed separately as potential expenses. They're held in a restriction by the treasurer.
But that expense number that you see on the top line of that matrix, that is not included.
I'll show you.
It's just a way for us to hold it, to give you the authority to spend it during the year without having to get a supplement, right?
I don't know if, I mean. Does. I don't know what that resolution says, and if the resolution says we have to do it like that. I just don't think that it's not like there's one number to appropriate. $5.4 million because we have that reserve policy.
It's not an appropriation so much as it's a restricted fund that kind of just separates it out.
If we didn't, what had happened and why we did it last year was that it had never been pulled out or restricted. So this was just a method to do that. But otherwise it showed as fund balance year over year over year. It didn't restrict the number, and your resolution says it's to be restricted. So that's why I did it this way, was restricted. So we can talk about it more, which is why I wanted to, at that end of, on the 17th, really kind of talk about what reserves you have, how much you have. But I don't give you fund balance until we pull out those reserves. So right now, if you look at this, it says 17 million. The working number on your screen, it shows 17 million as your balance. If you want it, and it's minus Tabor, but it includes your total reserves. Okay. So I do count them in your fund balance, but I don't count them as far as your actual expenses. Your actual expenses are separate.
It's really just an accounting. To meet the policy, functionally for the conversation and how you should think about it, it doesn't really matter, especially for the general fund. You know,
I think that's good enough on that one.
The same thing occurs with road and bridge. This year, what I'm gonna share to you all in that conversation is that the auditor pointed out, we have not used road and bridge and open spaces having a separate Tabor allocation, separate Tabor fund in our reserve, and we need to either separate it out. And last year, what we talked about with Peter was putting it into that larger picture of what those reserves are. So we already have a road and bridge reserve, and we have a open space reserve that include the Tabor reserves, but we could call it out this year.
Emergency telephone?
Yeah, 911, so, the expense side, again. We include this. Administrative charge, I'm not changing anything, but the administrative charge goes down just based on the level of activity and the amount of time we spend on it. So the administrative charge went down for 911 this year. I also did not, you'll see where in 25, you'll see a huge charge of 502,000. That's for the total, and it'll be 537 by the end of this year for our project, the .com contract. That's where it's coming out of. If we wanted to burden more of this fund with that .com contract, this is where I would put that. And I'll just come back to that comparisons.
Can you say again why the emergency surcharge fees are projected to go down by about 25%?
I'm just basing it off of what we're receiving.
You're basing it off of the 2025 estimate, and that is, are less people owning cell phones in Clear County, 25% fewer cell phones being owned?
I honestly think it's a problem with how phones are registered. I think that's our biggest problem with 911. We are such a small county with very few actual places that people can buy cell phones. So we need to look into are they using their billing address? So they look how are they determining where people live?
Mine is registered in Texas. Every time I get on to do a location, it always starts in Plano, Texas.
So
And that's your work phone.
That's my, and that's me and my.
That's why we
it's
really
on my
want to look
service.
into it, because we think we're not recovering back on it. And we think it has to do with how the services side of how the keep track of where people live and who's getting what. And
Whatever it was, all of those things are things that I feel like should be baked in by now, and not a year over year change. Something is causing a 25% reduction.
we're going off of actions for the first time off the ACFR. And we don't know if we've been, traditionally what they've done is they haven't been spending the funds. So if they were missing on revenue, it was still pounding up fund balance and no one was really paying attention. We're going off what we're actually receiving, verified revenues, to watch it a little bit closer. We can definitely up the budget, but we usually get those payments linearly, and we haven't anywhere near the 25.
So that you're like a legislation thing for us to get that changed.
No, there's two conversations. One is that I think that, for example, right,
my number is, my personal number is a Texas number, because I haven't changed it since I was in college.
Mhm.
I don't know, I can't tell on my bill if I'm paying Clear Creek County's fee or not.
Or if it's going back to Texas where
It's going back to Texas, right? So like,
Even though your bill comes here.
yeah, no, all my address, everything else is here, right?
Mhm.
So I think that's partly like the fee structure needs to catch up with how people actually behave now, and it's not like it was based on legislation for landlines, right? Which are easy, right? The second issue is an accounting issue, right? We haven't seen the revenue hit that number very consistently, so we're just being conservative, right? But
I'm looking at 2022, 2023, and 2024 actuals. And they're all just under 400,000.
we haven't seen it through September of this year for whatever reason.
And right, and so like all of the explanations are giving me are things that were true in 2024 as well.
Right, and
And so something else has changed, and it's changed a lot.
It's a good question.
there's a lot of questions on that fund. We really need to do a deep dive into all of that. Because we're either not getting, I don't know. My biggest concern, one of my biggest concerns is something that we've run into on sales tax, is that they're using the Evergreen zip code and they're giving it all the zip code,
Oh.
right? And that might be a change, maybe they've changed, I mean, we gotta dig into, cause it's a very different group than the 80439.
Right,
If that's what I'm in,
that's what I'm in,
I can't tell what I'm paying,
right.
so.
Well, yeah, and it's a pain when you get a delivery to like the post office or something, that's separate jet code. And then when you have it delivered to the home, then you have to convince them that you're in Clear Creek versus. jet
Yeah,
code.
it's, so like, we can definitely up that number if we want, I don't think it's a structural risk here, because we're offering to leave a little bit of fund balance in the fund this year. To handle a tower failure, we get up the revenue, we just haven't seen it this year for whatever reason.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, that seems like low hanging fruit.
It is and it isn't, I mean, you're dealing with a third party at that point, the Public Utilities Commission and how they deal with all that, it's a very specialized thing. We just need to give it the due diligence to really get our hands around it, we just have not had the capacity, so.
Well, and if you can track all the cell phones, like you do for sales tax and such. You should be able to track them to like one home in the county.
It just depends on what data they're using, that's my concern.
For what it's worth, every time where our sales tax is collected and what's happening with deliveries in the Evergreen area. I asked Maria 2 different times, I was former finance director, to look into this, and we could only find a couple of cases where someone was not being charged the Clear Creek County rate. I mean, it isn't pretty easy to calculate, and I've gone as far as asking people I know in the Evergreen area to show me their Amazon receipts. And I think it's an edge issue and not like everybody in 80439 isn't paying Clear Creek County taxes. I think you can find some examples, but they're limited.
Yeah, you can, and I think largely that's been corrected, 80439, especially since a lot of the delivery and taxation. Databases that people are using have centralized to bigger companies, like if you've seen like Shop on an online order. You ever seen that little purple button at the bottom in Google? A lot of times now, these are like centralized databases, that's definitely included the efficiency, it's not having some mom and pop person know that you're in Clear Creek County, and that's definitely helped, and we've seen a lot more efficiency on that recovery lately. But I'm just not as convinced by however this phone thing is calculated, because of how mobile phones are, and if they've bothered to look, lately.
Or are they
So-
still in their parents' plan down there?
Yeah, it just depends, like there's 900 things and phones are so mobile that when you have a point of sale. That's very discreet, like a package shows up at your house. That's a lot easier than these like subscription things, device moves and the person could have a PO box and then live there, all sorts of things, so. We
Yeah,
just,
like my
we just,
PO box is in Jeffco.
we just
but my
need to
phone is
do.
in Clear Creek,
Yeah.
because that's my post office.
We just need to really work with DOR on this, and they are working on it, they know there's some issues too, so.
It's Department of Revenue that tracks that and gives it to us.
I think so, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's we only get one person who can have access into that sales tax information as a county, they don't even, it's proprietary. It's not that, so we have one per, so thankfully. We have access, but it is not easy to get information out of that system.
And that one person, like, identify a particular business to see how much sales tax, it's just general, like, by,
Yes.
All
but
restaurants,
it's
all-
extremely confidential.
okay. That's
That is
good.
not public information.
Yeah, it is.
That's why we have one person that can do it and they have to sign their life away to the state. They will not tell anyone.
Okay. Anything else on this one?
So moving off of the emergency telephone, onto the capital improvement trust. The capital improvement trust is a specific fund and it's usually specific to improvements within an area of town. Where they paid us on their building fees, a specific amount for the support of the road and bridge team. So this amount maintains that consistency. I'm having Sarah look into it with Julie because there are fees coming out of it related to GovBill. So I don't know. I need more time to figure this one out, but Sarah's been digging into this one more with Julie. And how that fund really works.
Okay.
Open space, same thing, this is the policy reserve account, and then we begin the conservation trust fund. The conservation trust fund, and you'll see over time, I guess 2023 was a year when people wanted to buy more lottery tickets. Or where are you at, sorry,
Did
It's
we skip
skipped.
lodging tax?
lodging taxes next, okay. Okay. Lodging tax. Oh yeah, I put conservation trust fund with the land, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Lodging tax, so this number Colton and I have talked a lot about, it's in the revenue side, and this is what we've really nailed down to being those. Activities, we'll use these dollars, these are the LPC grant match for childcare and affordable housing. This is where we start really getting after some of the housing priorities that you all have within the grants, or excuse me, within the projects line.
Safe to assume outside services is the Jersey Bureau.
Yes.
Do we know if we are expecting lodging tax from the RV property?
I checked the lodging tax last week, we're collecting it from all the places that I think we should be collecting it. We are seeing a generalized reduction in lodging across the board. State, we are not as impacted as others on that front. You probably won't hit our 300,000 this year, but we usually have a pretty good, late quarter project tax for whatever reason. Could be Christmas, I don't know what it is really, it's strange, because it doesn't follow sales tax. I think it's people, I don't know. We generally see pretty good returns from STRs in November, particularly.
Is it
So-
possibly because they got the reservations like almost a year out, so they're still fulfilling that, or?
No, we only get it once it's been paid, once they've actually paid the bill. I guess if they're prepaying, I don't really know how that works, but. What we've seen is STRs are performing as well, if not better than they did last year. Now it's traditional lodging that's suffering. I would suggest on the 17th, once we get the last order, the last month in here. For our distributions, we have to refine this, lodging tax number, and we talk about splits between the three groups. Because, if we did okay in September or October. I don't feel comfortable sticking that number, but we might need to revise down maybe $2,000.
Mhm.
10 or 20,000, depending on how.
How much did we lose, how much did we lose when Georgetown opted out of it?
150 to 200,000.
2022. $489,000. 2024, 290.
Yeah. Now, there is a huge softening in the lodging market, so what its proportional impact is not what it is now. But if we assume it's. Because at least what I can see, because the impacts are not uniform. They're more on the traditional lodging side.
Mhm.
That's better for us, worse for person. So that's the actual losses are.
I don't understand it.
Because they have a big hotel, they have more traditional lodging options, they're more
Oh,
exposed to
Georgetown
traditional
does,
lodging.
okay, got it.
Help me understand, what's going on with payments to the tourism bureau. Looks like we budgeted, I think the only outside services is the tourism bureau, so when I see outside services, I see tourism bureau. And we budgeted to send $145,000 to the tourism bureau. We're estimating only having spent $101,000. Did we decide not to make the full payment?
No, it's just not projected.
We might not be projected it correctly, we usually deliver them their check every month, and it comes as a cut off of our lodging. So they'll get a cut of the proportion of the lodging tax.
So we get lodging revenues every month we take whatever percent, 40%.
Mhm.
Maybe that's subject to them, right? So I think they might be behind, we'll check that number.
Okay. And then. We're proposing to send them. $45,000 less this year.
It's because the other projects are contractual, the other one's a percentage, so if we're gonna trim. Isn't childcare and what we contribute to the housing authority a fixed number?
The housing authority is fixed, the childcare is.
Is a percentage too?
Well, I mean, was it June last
This
year that we
comes out-
actually made a decision about childcare expenditures?
Right, that comes out of the projects line.
Yeah, that's why we separated the two, because my understanding was it was a fixed number though, it wasn't a percentage.
I think in our heads, we all know we'd like to continue to invest in childcare. The way that we had. Tried to do this was 40% to tourism bureau. 30% to housing, 30% to childcare.
Oh, they're all proportional. Okay, that's a misunderstanding on my part.
Kind of what was in my imagination, but I don't know that we.
I could see why you would say that, cause that was a fixed number.
It's a fixed number in the
And-
agreement with the housing for sure, in the childcare, I thought they were fixed numbers, if they're
Yeah.
percentages, we can adjust.
Well,
them.
and cause we kind of set it up to roll that into next year, so we didn't have to redo all that. If we change that number and it went to the percentages and this drops down, then we would have to revisit. That contract again.
The contract for the housing authority. Definitely says a number, it does not say a percent. That just so happens to have been about 30% of what we thought we would be collecting.
Right.
And the childcare, I don't think we have any. Contractual obligations related to childcare. I'm not trying to say we don't wanna spend money on it.
Oh, I thought, okay, my misunderstanding, I thought when we agreed on that, just in principle, I was trying to keep those numbers fixed, so if there was a reduction, it was gonna get. Eaten by the one that's always been a percentage. But we can definitely play with those on the 17th, it's not gonna be a colossal change either way, it's just that's the only way to make this in budget. Was a drop.
I'm fine, like from a budget perspective, just appropriating what we think we get in revenues. And then having the conversation in Q1 or so about, okay, how do we actually move to spend our lodging tax money? How does that sound?
Well, and that works, because in February is when we start talking about the childcare at least, and then we. Get some kind of information and. Get an update on how that, we haven't talked about housing for quite a while.
Okay.
Before, like, I don't know what our subject is. In December.
We need an executive director.
So maybe there's nothing to report, but if we were to keep everything the same and say the lodging tax doesn't just drop off. I think the childcare people are hoping to get the 90,000 again.
I think it's a really uniform conversation on childcare because I know all the
municipalities and are having budget conversations too, and. I don't know, maybe the money's, I don't know.
Yeah.
We can appropriate it and then allocate it out once those conversations have been had.
Yeah, I just wanted, yeah, the. The tourism bureau is an organization that's got staff and they've got a budget and they've got their own budget process, and so I worry a little bit about. I just wanna make sure that it's a board level policy decision around how much to send to the tourism bureau. If we're seeing lodging tax revenues go down.
Okay.
I think there's a no more than, Peter, you might remember this, I think there's a no more than 40%
Yeah,
of lodging tax authorities.
But if the lodging tax does go down, it's gonna reflect on what they send to them.
because
because
they're
it's
getting
then
checked in real time, they're getting the revenue like
Yeah.
way different, they get the revenue like we do. Right, so like if they cut it, at that sheet gets checks. And so, you know, we largely. I don't know, it doesn't matter what we budget because it's a pass through and they have to react to their budget just like we will, right? I mean, we can give them a ballpark of what we think we're gonna get, but ultimately because it's a percentage cut in real time. They gotta react to the revenue coming in like we would have to.
Yeah, it is what it is.
So, can you give me those percentages one more time, 40, 30, 30?
That's what I had, had.
And housing or healthcare, which, childcare, excuse me, tourism, healthcare,
Childcare and housing is 30.
40 is what was going to the tourism bureau, and I don't think we can go above 40 to marketing per instruction by the voters. And but we can decide with respect to that 60% where it's going and whether we need the general fund to pick up any of that.
So you're saying if we really wanted to with tourism, we could drop it down to 10%?
We can drop the tourism bureau funding down to 10%. And if we say, you know what, we wanna spend more than 192,000 on those projects, housing and childcare, I believe we can decide to, have the general fund.
Or if in the future we see another need that fits with this criteria.
And within what the voters authorized.
I know we're running up against your time by about an hour. And I wanna be respectful of, do you want to move some of the rest of this off? I think we have just capital grants, capital projects fund itself is next. Within its own separate fund, or do you wanna move that to next week? Or the next meeting, which is on Wednesday, and then the last is the health clinic.
I mean, I honestly think that we discussed the capital at length.
Okay,
I don't know that we need to get back into it, so. Colleagues, I don't know how you feel about that, but
okay, and then last is just the health clinic. Just wanna make sure and share to you what we're expecting by way of revenue and expenses next year and tied to grants. This is a question that I need more understanding on what grant is paying this, and I think it is the HRSA grant. And that we're talking about is the 662, 269 that we're gonna spend down next year. And the expense side, though, is not related to that grant. So I believe that the total that the general fund is gonna be paying is actually all of these expenses. So I just wanna, except for the interest and donations that we receive, the general fund is fully paying for the debt service and the utilities and operations at the health clinic this year.
So there's no rent
That,
projected for.
we're not proposing any revenue related to rents.
We need to have a conversation about that because that number is directly related to what we decide to do with Pine Grove.
Well, and Brian was bragging that he had all the offices rented.
Yep, they are.
except for that vacant space on the first floor, but, the Pine Crop services has been very expensive and was eating most of that money. So we need to have a conversation, because that rent revenue number will be directly affected by what decision gets made at the Pine Crop, which we'll talk more about tomorrow or on the fifth with internal services.
Okay. And weren't they like tied somehow to somebody that had a conflict of interest? Right, is that?
I don't know.
So the donations, I know that was from the mine. The request for 70,000, is that that we're gonna cover, or we're gonna try to get more grants for that?
The 70,000, I think it's 100,000, that number, I can confirm with Henderson, I think we have one last payment due, but it might be coming this year. Actually, it is coming this year, so yeah, that should be fairly limited in 26.
The last few commitments coming in.
Yeah,
I think I.
So basically, the reality is that we need to. That's why the Pine Crop conversation is important, because now we do not have outside money paying for that debt service, which means that it's under the fund unless we can find revenues to offset it, and I think the primary way we offset it is rent. Now, it won't pay for the building, but it'll help, because otherwise that's in the general fund, but I think we should. We have a conversation about how to calculate, how to show that. Because it's a different deal.
Common spirit paying rent?
Yep, about $11,000 a month.
Something like, this is like, I think the budget that I wanna pass should reflect the amount of rents we estimate as a revenue
Yeah.
line.
Yeah.
And I think that,
But it's a decision I need to have with that conversation you about Pyro, because that effectually affects the amount of rent we collect.
So they're the property.
Yeah,
yeah, I see that, but I also see that in 2025 estimated, we are estimating 30,500 in rents.
that's why it's going, because we need to, because that number will swing. A lot based on the decision that they don't make about it. So
that-
we'll refill that number. But we need I need to have a conversation with you all about what number to put there.
And then also the paid parking, I noticed in the parking lot that they built, when they tore down the old gas station was already filled with the weekend.
We, so the update on that is that they put us in contact with Interstate directly. So I'm working with them.
Okay.
So it is a difficult contract to get them to do for such a small lot on their. Idaho Springs did not want to be the pass through for that, unfortunately.
They want us to do it, maybe they should reconsider.
So,
I mean, it helps Idaho Springs.
so yeah, we'll get it figured out. It's just not gonna be as simple as I thought.
That brings us to the end of the central charts.
Great. And so wrap up.
As a reminder, I will take all of the revisions that the team brought for you that you were okay with as well. The ones that we've been discussing this afternoon. Brought them into the 17th conversation. We'll revisit the reserves at that time as well. On Wednesday, we have the next set of divisional conversations. And then we should be moving on to passing the budget.
Okay. Anything else, colleagues, for the good of the order, big picture takeaways so far?
But thank you, because this explains it a lot more clear than, when I started out with the capital projects. Very overwhelming at first, and then I got it. But this was pretty easy to comprehend right off the bat.
Good. The next session, the same kind of thing, I know that these are not as long, but the hope is to, the intention was to improve trust around what staff we're doing on the expense side and how we're measuring revenue. And this kind of transparency hadn't been a part of the process in the past in this method or this volume really. So having you both new is great because you're learning. a lot by going through this, but I don't know, after all this is said and done, if this was all that, as far as volume, unless we start next March. And maybe it's worth having a debrief after all of this is done in January. Talk about, and I'm not sure when you are planning to do your retreat or your goal setting for the next year, but it would be great if you're planning to do that in January. We talk about what would be better for you all, knowing that this was quite a lift.
Well, and maybe, I was thinking about this, over the weekend too, maybe this is something that we really focus in when we do, like, when George is gone and we bring on that new person. Maybe it's not necessary that we have to do this every year because it does take up a lot of time from the staff too and from us. Maybe now we understand these numbers, I could look at these numbers, tonight and. I don't see much change from last year to this year, and if there's big changes, those will come up and that's when we can ask questions and. Maybe bring people in, but. Like something in or when there's not. Just weeds and move things around, there's. It could be wasted time to do this every single year.
Agreed.
But I do think there is value in y'all hearing directly from the divisions.
Absolutely, yeah.
And if there's a new director too, Carl's gonna be gone and then that person comes in, maybe. We would hear from them, cause their needs may be different. I don't know. And I think
It's
it's
just showing, deference to our leadership team and listening to them. I
and to
think
the
it's
public that's been confused or wants it
Right.
more, they can go back and I can say, hey, watch this. She'll have it on YouTube and they can go and watch it and. Or listen to it more than anything, I think.
I think it's gonna be spent, personally, but.
Personally, given the position this county is in, the more time you'll spend on budget, the better. I just think cramming it all in last month, reacting to it. It wasn't the right way to do it. We need to start this process early because. Just because there's more information to share early and that reduces the length of the conversations at the end, once we have the final expenses and stuff, so.
Right.
This is what we're doing.
For sure, the capital program, actually starting a capital program, I mean, that should not be happening during the budget. And I will totally own that I'm shoving through the door, 3 different things that you've never seen before, the salaries, opportunity, projecting salaries differently, looking at benefits differently, and then doing a capital plan. That's a lot to load in at the same time. That won't happen next year either. We'll have more time built into creating a capital plan, managing and working through that capital plan.
I don't know if it's valuable too, when we see these capital projects, like way in the beginning talks, say in March or whatever.
Yes.
And I'm sitting in a meeting and they're talking about grant opportunities, then I can be like, oh, well,
Yeah,
because I have no idea what we're doing until we just went through this, and then I can say, hey, Colton, I saw this and, I just sent you. If I see these, then I can forward them.
that was the intention too, of those long sheets while they're exhausted. They're to give Erica something that she's equipped with immediately to go apply for it. Here's what we're doing, why we're doing it, how we're committed to it, and how long we have.
Right.
And it
It's
keeps
all
us
in
from
one
chasing something, right? Something that's not a strategic objective at the beginning, because there's a grant, doesn't mean it's worth the time. to mess with it.
I know with NOCO places, the grants that we're applying for. They're not even entertaining anything that doesn't have already pre-approval and a plan to go with it and. So.
Okay, so then let me just. Make sure we all understand what we're doing at 2 o'clock for our double budget hearing tomorrow. What do we want to accomplish other than? Presenting on the budget for the public? Is there direction that you'll be looking for from the board?
No direction
No.
from the board.
It'll be a very general, presentation, just like we gave last time.
All of that said, I think the more time we spend answering questions as they come up, the better, and so I think. The board should be encouraged to make sure that we're understanding what's being presented and asking questions about that.
Right.
But. And as you've learned from today, I'm. Still trying to understand this thing myself.
To come back to your memberships question, there isn't I just had Sarah triple check, we don't have a NOCO membership. That we pay these projects out of NACO, these project dollars and they go to the Forest Service and they go to Jefferson County on project. So Jefferson County was a fiduciary, is a fiduciary responsible entity that we pay to manage a project that we're a larger part of, and it must be an open space project that we're part of with Jeffco.
But aren't you on the board?
Yeah, I'll ask our director what, because I know they're getting ready to, they're rebranding, they're approaching the logo and. We have NACO, which is $450 in the county dues. She's just pulling them,
And NOCO places,
something different,
yeah,
something different.
that's local.
We don't pay a membership into them. I'll send you all this summary sheet she's just pulled for 2024 that shows, and it includes some P cards. For CC4 CA as well, it was $5,150, that's what that was.
Okay.
So I'll send you this, thank you.
I don't, we have anything else? We have anything else?
No.
Okay. We are adjourned.